County Board of Education. This is our work session and public hearing on the budget for the fiscal year 2016-17. I'd like to call this meeting to order. First off, I'd like to observe a moment of silence in memory of Shelby Schule. Shelby was a student at Cox Mill High School, and she passed away last night, yesterday on April the 3rd. So if you will, join me in a moment of silence for Shelby, please. Thank you. And keep her family in your prayers, because I'm sure this is a huge loss for them. Board members, I'd like to set the agenda, so I'll need a motion to adopt the agenda. Excuse me, Mike. All right, so who made the motion? Mr. Harrison, David Harrison, and then Rob Walter made the motions to approve the agenda as written. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Oppose? Motion carries 6-1 with Mr. Powell dissenting. All right, that takes us over to the public hearing for our county schools budget for the fiscal year of 2016-17. Before we begin, I'd like to recognize Officer Donald Sestoki from A.T. Allen. Donald, thank you for coming out, and we really appreciate what you do with children out there at A.T. Allen and what you do for our district. Thank you again, Donald, for coming. But as we open the public hearing, I need a motion to open the public hearing.
So moved.
Dr. Phillips and Dr. Furr, Mr. Timothy Furr. All in favor of opening the public hearing, say aye. Aye. Oppose? That motion carries 7-0. All right. Now, the public hearing was advertised in the Charlotte Observer and the Independent Tribune on Sunday, March 27th, and on Sunday, April the 3rd. The hearing notice was also posted on the CCS websites on March 17th and posted at the Education Center boardroom on March the 10th. We do have one speaker to address the board regarding the fiscal year budget of 2016 and 17. The speaker will be called by the board chair to approach the podium to address the board regarding the 2016-17, and the podium will be right here, Mr. Jordan. But this is where it'll be. Individuals may speak for 3 minutes, and persons speaking on behalf of a group may speak for 5 minutes. The speakers will be called in the order in which they are signed up to speak, and Reverend Roland Jordan has signed up to speak with us tonight, and we will be hearing from him, and he was our only speaker. So, Reverend Jordan, I will turn this meeting over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Board Chairman, Superintendent, and Commissioners. I got about 11 things. First one will be after-school program, very important for our kids who stayed back. You see, I was in special education, but that didn't stop me. I was a slow learner, but I learned quick through the Spirit of God. Okay, number 2, teachers' pay. They always need pay incentive. Even assistant teachers. Assistant teachers is very important because they can reach the students that may be a little slow and teach them some things, because you got kids more advanced than others. So y'all motto, no kids left behind. So prove it, no kids left behind, especially my black kids, okay? Good. Okay. Dr. King program, very important. The whites and blacks, we need that, because I didn't want to go to no white school, and I still in favor of a black school. Maybe one day y'all will give us one, but integrated. I think 1954, civil rights came in and integrated. That was good, to get along with each other. We go to churches together, y'all want our money. We go to stores, y'all want our money. Anything we do, y'all want our money. I'm talking about the white people. I just tell you the truth just like it is. Okay. Another thing that your director of communication. She needs an increase in money. She got to deal with different race and stuff, going out on her job and stuff like that. So she deserves a raise too, you know. And the superintendent, the assistant superintendent, I know they're getting paid pretty good, but to deal with y'all hard-headed people, and if you're a Christian, I know how it is dealing with you, dealing with the devil. And we need y'all to come forward and help. They say I'm a prophet, and I can say devil, you're not saved, that's what you is, you're the devil. And I thank you for your time and everything. I make sure I didn't miss nothing. That's good. Yeah, that's it. The next Monday when I come and talk about the other. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. Dr. Reverend Jordan, appreciate it.
Oh, it's Reverend Jordan, not Jordan.
Reverend Jordan, I'm so sorry.
No, you're not. Thank you.
Oh. Dr. Kirk? All right, I need a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Mr. Harrison made the motion. Dr. Phillips made the second. All in favor of closing the public hearing, say aye. Aye. Oppose? All right, that motion carries 7-0, and we are now moving onward with our budget update. Ms. Klutz, if you'll come forward and or begin to discuss the budget with us.
Thank you and good evening.
Good evening.
Push that.
Okay. So we want to do a preliminary review of the information that we've already discussed with you. I want to share with you the incorporated changes that you made to the budget document from the last two meetings, and then we'd like to have any questions or concerns that you did not have addressed or answered prior to today so that we can research those and get you answers. We are hoping and expecting to adopt a proposed budget next Monday. So if you'll take a look at the documents that you have. The first thing that I want to talk about is I just want to share with you a budget committee survey that we sent out to all the members. I also want to talk about the funding that the county appropriated to us on March 21st. Then again, we'll do a quick little review of the summary of our budget request. Then we'll look at the detail briefly. And again, then we'll go over some questions if you have any. So on March the 21st, the county commissioners voted and approved funding for us, capital outlay funding listed above. We were able to receive the funding for a new data center server, $150,000, 10 school buses, $875,000, $800,000 to purchase the mobile units, $20,000 for land testing and earnest money. We also, in the operational expansion area, there's $210,000 that was funded to repair, move, and set up those mobile units once we purchase those. We also received $100,000 to set up the technology associated with those mobile units. So in that last little note just says that there was a $90,000 request to lease mobile units, but because of the funding that we received and the price that we were able to get for some refurbished units, we will not need to lease those mobile units there at the bottom. So we are extremely grateful for the commissioners, not only for the funding, for the timing in which they were able to approve this. It means a lot to our district. And so a lot of these things were removed from the budget document that you will see because they were funded already. Okay. So this is the budget survey results. So we asked our budget committee 11 questions, and we said, please indicate whether you strongly agree with a 5 or all the way to strongly disagree with a 1. And as you can see, the overall ranking scores for each of the questions was anywhere between 4 and 5, mostly on the high side So we feel like we have an open process. We feel like there's transparency, that people can be heard, feel like they're heard through the meetings, and they were useful meetings. Okay. So as a summary, I know over the years you like to see the information summarized. So for our capital outlay budget request, we've identified approximately $40 million that are needed for the 16-17 year, and for that's for our deferred maintenance, our facilities deferred maintenance. And then for the 16-17 year, the top 40 items is the $10 million identified, and then those non-facility needs, because we've taken the buses and the server and those kinds of things out of there, that number has been reduced to $3 million. Okay, so our total capital outlay request is $13,073,072.
So is that, so the 13 million is what's outstanding after the commissioners awarded us all the monies that they gave us?
Yes, sir. Okay. So the next is a summarization of our operational expense. So you can see our current budget for operating expenses, $42 million in those categories. We're requesting a 20.68%, and you can see the breakdown of that. So there's continuation expenses, there's expansion expenses, and then, of course, there's the charter school pass-through that's there. You can also see the operating expense, but it's in the technology area. We're asking for a 31% increase, a $1.490 million request. Building and grounds, the building maintenance number was reduced, the request, to $631,000 because we removed the mobile unit repair and set up out of that category. The grounds area did not change. Okay. And now we're just looking at the detail, and you won't see those items that the county funded. You'll see the request as it stands now.
Are we asking for 10 additional buses?
Yes, sir.
That's the first item.
Yes, sir. We originally asked for 20 buses, and so we removed the 10 that were funded, and we still feel that we need 10 more. Okay. Okay. These are our facilities deferred maintenance projects, and the categories and rank. We did not change this one. Do you have a question?
Was it funded?
Are you talking about the school buses?
No, the roof?
The roofs? We have not received funding for the roofs yet. There has been some discussion, and hopefully it'll be included in their 16-17 budget. But no, not yet. Okay. Our continuation expenses, there were no changes on this document either. And then we went to operational expansion, general ed. There were no changes on this document either.
I was asked to let you all know that when you ask a question, you need to turn your microphone on and then turn it off.
No changes to the charter school request. This is the technology detail, and so the number 3 formerly was $350,000. The county was able to fund the $100,000 associated with the technology for the mobile units, so that request has now decreased to $250,000. The facilities, the mobile units associated repair, remove, set up was in this request, and that has been removed since we received funding. There was no change on the grounds. And then Dr. Phillips, I believe you asked if we could align the old supplement schedule with the new supplement schedule, and that's what's presented before you in the same slide. Okay. And I'll take questions or comments, anything you need to know or help with prior to voting next week.
Any comments on the budget from any board members at this point? I have one question about the charter schools, since I wasn't here for that discussion.
Sure.
You show the increase of 727 students, but it's for 2015-16. I was wondering, do you have an estimate with the potential of a new charter opening or a new section of a school opening up in the fall, what that would look like?
So it's extremely difficult. So the answer basically is no. It's extremely difficult to project how many students are going to leave your district and go to a new charter school. The state isn't able to provide us any help. The last time we opened a charter school in Cabarrus County was the Cabarrus Academy. We had the same problem at that time. We actually, made multiple phone calls to the actual charter and said, could you provide us assistance and tell us how many that you believe will be going there? Well, of course, that's based on their applications and their, and a parent at any point can change their mind up until, August. So the number that we received back then seemed, at the end, once we had a real number, was extremely inflated. And so when I'm working with the county on trying to provide a number that's reasonable, then we've kind of agreed to what we're doing is looking at it in arrears. So the last time the county funded us for charter schools was when we were in mediation. Okay, so we did not receive any additional funding last year because we didn't think there was going to be significant growth. So if you look at that, that is a stable number. We know that we are paying for 2,299 students right now. And so Pam and I worked together and we said this is a reasonable number, a number that we can agree to that needs to go to charter schools.
So if 700 students were to be added to the charter school ranks from our students' ranks in the 16-17 budget year,
we would have a problem.
we would have to wait until next year to do our catch up with the county. Is that correct?
That's the way we're looking at it right now. Certainly, if there was a problem beyond, 700 students in 1 year is significant, and it may be a discussion we would have to have after we had better numbers. But going to the county and requesting funds without having good, solid numbers, it's a little bit futile. It just doesn't work very well.
But we usually get somewhat unstable number by October. Is that true?
It continues to decrease so we'll start in August with a high number, and through May it will decrease over time. So I opened up the spreadsheet and Pam and I looked at it and we watched the decrease, and we came to just a number that we could both agree on. So it gets more stable, but it's never stable.
Okay. Thank you. Any Mr. Powell?
Yes, sir. I don't know how the board feels, but I'd like to take number 3 and maybe just move it up to the top there in front in the operational expansion general ed, just to go ahead and send the message that our current teachers are important, and we're going to do all we can to work on increasing that supplement so we don't fall further behind like we had talked about before. And since it's highly unlikely of funding anything other than, maybe the top one, I think it needs to be sitting up there at the top. So we take care of our teachers first.
Board members, Mr. Powell has made a suggestion to move, if you go back to the operational expansion, general ed, move number 3, increase teacher supplements to the first position, and then move 1 and 2 down as 2 and 3.
Can you go?
Any comments on that?
Yeah, can you go through your explanation on why you didn't do that prior?
And can I ask one question before you do that, and you guys correct me, and I know Ms. Louder's here in case we have to. So one of the things that when the process essentially, if you follow the process, is when you get to the end to analyze the risks that are involved with, if we just fund number 1, for example, one of the risks would be, okay, we may not fund teacher supplements at all. And so when we did that process, one of the things that came from that, and that's what I want to make sure you get, is that we would actually look at the top 3 depending on the amount of money for that very reason. So once the county says we have X amount of money, then that number may be, all right, let's increase that and do 10 teachers, 2 mental health providers, and 6% on the supplement. It's kind of where we landed for that, which somewhat mitigates what Mr. Powell is saying. It doesn't mean that it would change what he suggested, but I want to make sure, especially the people that weren't here, because I know Ms. Carpenter and Mr. Harrison were, that we ended up saying we're not necessarily just going to fund one exclusively. You know, you'd have to have $2.2 million before you went to number 2, was what that process ended up with us being, is find out the amount of money and then decide, in particular with those top 3 were the ones I think that we landed on. So I didn't know if we needed to explain that or not.
And Ms. Louder, feel free to come up and help. But one of the things that I'd like to emphasize is that this is our budget request. This is what we're expressing to the county. These are our needs, and this is what we need. I think, you know, potentially we could be short selling ourselves if we start saying, well, we know we're only going to get, you know, the first number, and let's just let's move that up, because, you know, that's not the decision that we're making now. Right now we're making the decision to put this information forward as a budget request to the county. You'll have another opportunity to come back and say, well, just what Dr. Louder said is, well, maybe we want to put $500,000 on 1, you know, $100,000 on 2, and, you know, you can prorate it, or you can use some different methods, and that's what he was talking about when we ran the risk analysis, that our team seemed to be comfortable with that respect.
And just what Dr. Louder and Kelly were saying, I pulled the risk analysis for the operational expansion budget, and we did say that the top 3 were the ones that we wanted to make sure those remained in the same order. But just like they're saying, you can take away and modify the numbers of the request, but they needed to stay in the same order.
And still stay true to the process.
To stay true to the process, correct.
Mr. Powell?
I think we just need to send the message that our teachers are extremely important, and we've fallen behind other counties surrounding us, and it's a recruiting tool that we have not been able to utilize as we are recruiting against some of these other counties that have such a significantly higher supplement. They, you know, based on the supplement, they tend to value their teachers more than we do, and I think we just need to send that strong message that we want to value our teachers and put this at number 1. And like I said, it says nothing about you know, adding positions or increasing you know, school counselors, social workers, and psychologists. But I think that we want to send I would like to send a very strong message that it is our top priority to be able to value our current teachers.
I think there was discussion around that. There was actually a lengthy discussion around what does that actually look like if we were to spell out in number figures. And the discussion came back as we felt like the team felt like teachers would like to have additional teachers to decrease their caseload, have these mental health responders instead of the dollar amount that actual figure would provide for this upcoming year.
Just to kind of follow on to what Mr. Powell said and then what Dr. Louder said. It almost sounds like you're really saying items 1, 2, and 3 are really all tied for first place. And so maybe what we should do is just call it 1A, 1B, 1C to reflect the fact that we understand that if you can't give us all the money to fund all of that, we're gonna partially fund all 3, rather than we're just going to fund number 1 until you give us more than 2.2 million. So I don't know if that's something we want to consider.
Yeah, I'm just going to say one other thing. I was actually the one who was advocating really strongly for what Mr. Powell was saying, is to say that teacher supplement was, to stay competitive, we needed to do that. And just for the board to know, I advocated for, when they said there was a lengthy, when Ms. Louder said there was a lengthy discussion, it was mostly me saying, hey, this is something that we need to really think about. And the group still, after that discussion, said, when we really look at this and analyze it, we want to keep it in this order. So to that extent, for what that's worth, as we said, I was really trying to say teacher supplement to me needs to be out front. And the group, after hearing the presentations, and some of the board members can speak to that, were saying, well, we hear what you're saying, and we know that that's important, but we really think these other 2 are too. And so I would just say keep that in mind. And again, the board members that were there may want to speak to that because they heard me advocate.
Does anyone else want to weigh in on this discussion?
Well, when we lost the flexibility, we're,
Flexibility is the number 1.
is that what that's about? Right. And that's the reason why, because our class sizes keep increasing, and we've got to do something to lower that.
The chart that we were given were, there were several areas where class sizes were a little bit larger than the state average, and then there were many areas where our class sizes were on the state average. They were just larger and around the state. So, if you're going to teach a class of 33 Math 1 in Mecklenburg County or Cabarrus County that's basically the same, then you'd rather get paid $3,000 or $3,500 more dollars to go ahead and do that just across the line. And so I think we need to start chipping away at that. And if you look at some of the supporting documents, and I wasn't at the budget committee meetings, but I was at every single one last year, and it had virtually no impact on how things shook out, because I've voiced some of the same concerns. The budget documents don't say how those 40 teachers are allocated, and whether those teachers will be actually allocated in student contact positions or not, or whether they're allocated in the Ed Center or at housed at one school and split, or in some sort of a supplementary instructional role, which is fine, but there wasn't a lot of detail there. And so I just know that every dollar that we put towards teacher supplements will find its way to a teacher's to impact a teacher, and I'd like to find a way to just, if nothing but symbolically, to show that our current teachers are valued enough to be ranked to number 1 in our expansion budget. Now, keep in mind that anything that doesn't get funded here, I assume if the district wants to fund it, then they look at current budget or current spending and either reappropriate or do shifting. I know we have the master shifter there in Kelly's office, but so those other things can get funded other ways. Many of those positions can get funded other ways if the district would like to do that. We don't get a chance to look at the current budget. I think we've talked to at least Mr. Walter about that, and it's not our business, but it can't. Some of those other items can get funded from shifting around current budget or current money, but the teacher supplement, that's a little different. I think it needs to be, for those reasons, I think it should be moved up to number 1.
So I need to provide clarity on a couple of things. One, the detail in which we would give the allocations, the teacher allotments, was restricted to classroom teachers this year, and it is documented in the documents. I'll certainly provide that for you if you need me to. Last year, we did not identify whether it had to be classroom or lead, or we gave the principal more discretion. But this year, as we came into this decision, we had a great deal of discussion about if it could be a lead teacher or any other position, and we said no. In the current status that we were in, we would not give them the flexibility to do so, and that is notated in the documents. And as far as, certainly, at any point, the board may cut the budget and replace it with other things. So we are accustomed to that. We've gone through that process before. 11-12 was not a comfortable year, but certainly, we can look into that again.
Are you suggesting cutting the budget?
No, sir.
Okay, I just wondered where that came from.
It sounded like I thought I was repeating what you said.
No, what I was referencing was the fact that we spend money at the Ed Center, and much of that money could find its way to classrooms if we chose to do that. And it's not we as a board, it's central office staff. But in many cases, there's lots of valid reasons to continue spending that money at the Ed Center. But if you guys wanted to, you could move that money to the schools and then in part fund some of number 1 and number 2. But the teacher supplement, that's a little different. I'd like to go ahead and send the strong message that we support our teachers and move that up to number 1.
Any other comments on this, board members?
Well, I was in the meeting, and I know there was a lot of discussion with that. Again, personally, I don't see any problem with doing exactly what he said. I mean, I know there was a lot of discussion with that, and we can go back and forth with it. I can see arguments with every point of it. I think they all go hand in hand. But again, when you're going out to recruit, again, that supplement will draw it in. We're always going to be at a disadvantage with us being beside Mecklenburg when you are looking at the recruitment. But again, we're looking at that. We haven't had it really in stone where those 40 teachers are going to be going. I mean, it hadn't been said where they're going to actually be put. But that allotment is going to be in those teachers' pockets, no matter how small it is or what it is. And like I say, it does say we do appreciate you. So I have no problem with putting it number 1, but I'm only one vote. And I know that Dr. Louder, you did make a good case for it. So, I mean, whatever, but with going to your case, hey, we're all putting it out there to say this is what we need and this is what we're going to bring. But whether it's 1, 2, or 3, it's still going to be in the same pot. But I think it does send a good message to say, okay, teachers, this is the one top priority. But I have no problem with it if we want to make it number 1, to say that's the first thing. But the bottom line is what we get at the very end of it. If we only get $2 million, if we're going to split it up, and try to get, make that the most we do. So whatever we are able to do. But I think it would send a good message to the teachers that we are putting them up there at the top.
If I could just speak to the process as the facilitator of the problem-solving process, I just need to strongly caution any changes based on the decisions, the recommendations that the team made. Just to preserve the process, I would strongly recommend keeping it as recommended, and then maybe even talking about the 1A, B, and C where they're all tied together. that wouldn't violate the process as much because we've already said that all of these three are the top priorities anyway. So I could see potentially considering that as an option, but to start moving at this point, it just tampers with the process.
Anybody else have anything to say, Rob?
Are we still funding positions at a fund balance?
Yes, sir.
That's,
I have a question about the 12%. Is, you know, we talked with the county last year when we got our initial, finally got our supplemental increase from them, and we created a 5-year process to get us whole. How will this impact that process? Because in that process, there were some predictors that would say, you know, this year we would do so much for our teachers in salaries, and is this 12% a part of that process, or would we be watering it down? And by allotting money, if we didn't achieve the full $1 million, then we would be watering down that particular process that we had worked with the county on and stretch that out to more than 5 years. Is that true?
Actually, the agreement or the goal that we had worked for was 10% on average this year. So the anticipated request this year would have been, for 16-17, would have been a 10% increase. But because we wanted to change our supplement schedule to a flat percent rather than just the flat amount on our current schedule, when we ran the numbers to hold as many people harmless and get the dollars for teacher supplements with a lot of years of experience where they would be paid a higher supplement, and as they grew, they would incrementally get increases every 2 years rather than every 5 years according to the state schedule, it took 12%. So actually, if the county approved this and we were able to, we would be going further into the plan than we had originally anticipated.
But the plan was at least 10.
Right, 10.
And I would like to honor the plan at least, if we're talking about process. I'm talking about plan. And so to me, they're the same thing. We do have a process with the county that we are working with, and we know that, and we should stay true to that particular piece of the process. And no matter what, I think the teacher supplement should reflect the plan and not get watered down with the other process, because that was a plan that was committed to even last year as we began outlining it. Well, not committed to, but outlined with the, so we would have some expectations of what we could provide the teachers as far as raises and supplemental increases.
Mr. Shoemaker, I agree with you, 100%. And I remember some of the discussions last year talking about 20%. And having big numbers that were jumped out into the 5-year plan, 20 and 15 and 20 and, big jumps. And then we got to this point last year, and then the next meeting afterwards, and we're all scratching our heads like, how did we get to? And then we were hoping for driver's ed money to be shifted around, and so we could get another 5.
Right.
So, yep, I agree with you 100%. And in fact, I think that number should, while going to number 1, I think to honor that process from last year and to make sure that the process from last year is at least honored, and that we bump that to 1.52313 to be 18%, and we're not there at the 20, and we move it to number 1. I think we need to send the strong message that number 3 goes to number 1, and we move it to 18%.
There was never a 18% on the planning document.
Right. We're talking about the planning document that
from last year
that the county was
multiple
was dialing into their plan, and so they had kind of dialed in a 5-year plan to get us whole. And in that plan, they had a certain amount,
10%.
10% for this year and some odd percent for next year,
following
so that we as a board would have some expectations to be able to award our teachers salary increases. And that's the way I'd like to go with it, continue to honor that plan, because I want to make them whole. I mean, we've got another salary survey coming up to see how far off the mark we are since the original one that Mr. Furr and Ms. Carpenter were a part of back in 2012. So that one needs to be updated, and I think we're in the process of doing that this year sometime. And but I agree with Mr. Powell. I think that we ought to at least achieve what the plan was. And however you want to do that, when we get the award from the county, then I believe that that's the first thing we should be looking at, is making sure that we achieve the plan goal the way we had talked about it with the county, and then go for everything else. So I don't really care where the position is, because in the end, when the county awards us the money, it's up to us to figure out how that's going to be allocated. I mean, we should just call all those one and just do it that way, and then we'll figure out how we divide it up, and don't do a B, C, because that ranks it. You just put them all at one, and then we'll talk about this plan when we get the allocation on June 30th, or on our first meeting in July is when I guess we'll vote to approve the board. What date do we actually usually a vote to approve the budget?
So it depends on the state budget, because they all work together and interconnected. So we will not approve our budget as a system until, I mean, it could be August, it could be July. It won't be July. It could be September, October. We don't know. But we will have a piece of the information by June 30th, and you could make some preliminary types of...
Especially on the supplement, if the county is able to come to agreement on their particular portion. Because that's all we're really talking about, is local funding on this particular one.
Right. It should not
It
impact
should
any
not
of the other
impact
budgets.
anything from the state.
But we wouldn't adopt multiple budgets. We would adopt one budget once they were all wound and worked out.
But we could still have this discussion about this portion
Yes.
if we wanted to in the July meeting, once we knew what that was. And then we could make sure that we do what we need to do for our teachers. Is that correct?
You may. I would like to have board direction for the April 11th meeting, and certainly you can make your motion on April 11th to amend the proposal, or you can give me direction now so that when we come back on April 11th, that it is adjusted to suit the board. But I do need direction from the board.
All right. Board members, is Mr. Powell, you have...
Does that mean we need to make a motion and vote on it, or just take a straw poll, or?
Well, we can take a straw poll. We don't have to give her it's not an official motion, but I just need a general consensus from the board as to the direction you would like to go with these first three items, because they seem to be the most contentious of the group. I've heard Mr. Powell's suggestion and Dr. Phillips' suggestion of the 1A, 1B, 1C. I made the suggestion of all of them number one. And it ends up going to the county as a $5.061 million request, and that's what the request will be. And then we will go down the line depending on how that expansion request works once we find out in June. So, any other feedback on it? What should we do with Ms. Clutch? How should we label these first three?
Let me ask you a quick question.
Yes, sir.
I know Mr. Powell, talked as a symbolic to put it number one, but just like in 2000, whatever it was, on what I voted against the salary study, and at that time we knew we didn't have the money, but we wanted to send out a message. That message wasn't worth a crap, excuse me, because it was 5 years later before we got to do what we wanted to do. So this is a pretty difficult. I don't think it's really a difficult decision because it's 1, 1, and 1. But I just want to make sure that I don't want to do anything for show or anything just to be symbolic. I want to be true to what we say we're going to do. And with that said, I don't know. I'll think about it another Well, somebody else can.
All right.
And
Anybody else?
The request is not just the $5 million. These other local operating expenses, that's part of what the county's approving, isn't it? So it's really the 11 million,
In current, let's go back to the summary. So for operating expense, we are requesting $11,153,422.
Okay, so they're going to approve a number, and then it's up to us to allocate if we want to put it towards technology or building, or how does that work?
So not normally. Normally, they'll tell you that they want this funding to go into this category. So our technology and our building and grounds has usually been, a number has been determined, and that's where you spend it. We have a maintenance agreement, and they also have, over the last several years, have allocated technology separately, so we don't have the authority. Well, okay, so I guess we do have the legal authority, but we have used the money how the county has allocated the money in the pots appropriately.
So in essence, it's still, the $5 million bucket is, the county could say, I want to allocate this much towards operational expansion, general education, and I want you to use it in this way. And then they could say, I want you to allocate this much towards operational expansion technology, and you have to use it in that area. Is that correct in what you just said?
Yes, they can, but we've had more open conversations with the county this year, and Dr. Lauder and I will be meeting with Mike Downs and Pam Dubois tomorrow to try to give them the board's direction on what you're feeling and hoping. So the information that we gather today will be presented to them tomorrow, and hope that they will honor the buckets and the pockets that you would like to see the money going into. So if we walk away from here and you said, outside of continuing to operate, all we want are teacher supplements. That is the very first thing. Then that's the information that we plan to relay tomorrow. So we wouldn't expect to have any from facilities, we wouldn't grounds, we wouldn't expect to have any from technology. If I'm hearing you appropriately and correctly, then we would go and say, the board wants teacher supplements, and that's it. That's our first priority, and hopefully they would honor that request.
Well, but in this one, you've got a rank order.
Mm-hmm.
And so I hear what you're saying, but you said operational expansion, these are my rank order issues.
Mm-hmm.
Then we go down to charter schools, and we know what charter schools is. They need to fund the charter schools because they're public school students. So that's a given. That 1.2 million is what it is, and there's no conversation about that because they're students in Cabarrus County schools, or Cabarrus County. Then comes the operational expansion of technology and the operational expansion of facilities, and even though those are called for separate numbers, we've got rank order on how we would utilize the money for those particular items.
That's right.
So we haven't said to the county the operational expansion facilities is more important or less important. It's important. And then we've said, and this is the message you would be sending to Mike, we haven't said to the county that the operational expansion technology is more important or less important. It's important. And we haven't rank ordered any of those buckets. So why would we say that the first three items, even if we move the teachers up to the first position or lumped it in as the first position, why would we say that's the absolute most important? The board hasn't gone that far to say that, because then that means all of these other items don't get looked at all. And that's not the way you're going to present it to Mike and Pam. Am I correct? Or are you going to present it to them in such a way that they're going to look at the operational expansion of general education, and they're going to go, okay, well, this is the first thing, and this is all we can give you. And so they're not going to divide it up, or they can leave it up to us to how we do divide it up. Because, yeah.
So I can speak from historical perspective, and history has said that they give us, like last year, I think they gave us $300,000 for facilities operation, and we used $300,000 for facility operation, and we went down the list, 1, 2, 3, and that's what we did. We worked together on that. We got money for grounds. They said, this is it, and this is what we did. And then they gave us the continuation budget, by line item, and then the expansion budget, we had that discussion after the driver's ed discussion, and we had already applied a portion of maybe 2% at the time, and then when we did the driver's ed, I think it was another, or maybe it was 3% and 5% because it was 8%. So we're trying to get a feeling. We didn't schedule this meeting until after, with Mike and Pam, until after we had this meeting, because we need to know the direction, what the board wants us to say in that conversation. This is important. This is the most important thing. If we don't get this, we're not, we can get this, but we're not going to get this. I mean, there's certainly just not enough money. If we had, a set amount, and then we could make these decisions, it would certainly be a whole lot easier. But we don't have the luxury of that. The county doesn't work through their budget until, June. They're working through it now, but they don't get a real number until late June. And so that's kind of what I was advocating for, is make the decision when you know the number. But certainly, you are the board, and you give me direction, and we'll take that information.
Right, but we've had a conversation about 3 items within a subset. And it wouldn't change any of the conversation about anything else in this entire budget presentation. And so I just want to make sure you would be arguing the same way no matter what. Even if we said they were all number one, you would still be arguing these are the most important things for the board in this category.
I share your concern that the board's wishes will not get communicated correctly to the county commissioners. And I feel like maybe that happened last year. I know there was a lot of transition here, but it couldn't have been more clear coming from the budget committee meetings that we were wanting to support our teachers, and that did not get communicated at the meetings that you're talking about. So is it possible for you to attend those meetings and help communicate that? Because I share the concern that if we're talking about just on a whim saying one thing is the most important, I just don't feel like that's a good way to go about it. And, I know you've presented to the county many times, but I just don't agree with that method of telling them one thing is most important. So I don't think she is, and that's what she just said. I mean, I listened to it.
Yeah, but
So let me clarify what I said. What I said was that from a historical perspective, we presented our budget request as the board adopted it in the order in which the board adopted it, and then the county made decisions based on their knowledge and where they wanted to put the money within the categories, and we aligned it with our priorities that the board approved. Going forward, we hope to have a more open conversation with the county and to be able to have influence into that decision, more influence than we've had before.
That's great. That sounds like a good process.
That's part of that too. And I think what the county has done is make it clear to us, they have tried to open up that conversation, and every time that they've met us to say, we want to understand what you guys want. And so what happened last year, or at least my understanding of it, was we got to these 4 categories that we're talking about. We had grounds, we had operational, we had the things that were there. And they tried to, because the needs are so big, hit some things in each one of those categories, which I think is a very reasonable thing to do. Like they're trying to say, gosh, we see all the needs, so we're trying to give you some here, and some here. And then in essence, when the board came back and talked about it, the school board said, hey, we thought there was going to be more done for supplements. And so the county said, and I think this is a fair response on their part, was, okay, well, there were 4 categories. What we really needed you to do was tell us, well, which one of those 4 was the most important? Which one was less? If the only thing that's important is supplement, then we'll take those other things off the table. And so as part of them opening up this process is to say, now what we want is for when you come back, then itemize these 4 categories and tell us, is one of them more important than the other? Is teacher supplement the trump on everything else? Do you want a little bit here or a little bit there? And I think that's a fair thing for them to ask for at this point. So that's why what Ms. Klutz is saying is, If you find one category 10 times more important than the other three, then we need to know that tomorrow when we do that, because they are saying, we knew there were 4 categories, but we didn't know that one was more important than the other. But in the board meeting, you guys were kind of indicating that you thought one was more. So the needs are all there. We just want to know tomorrow when we go back, does one trump everything else? Does 2 trump the other 2? They have asked for us to bring that to them, and again, I would say I think that's a fair request.
So this is a slightly, you know, and no pun intended, but this is just a slightly different conversation than where we were headed with this. Because, you know, if we hadn't had questions about this particular item, we would have gone ahead and blindly given you all of these things and said, all right, present this to the county commissioners. But now what we're hearing is we really need to really put our emphasis on what we really want. And so, and I don't know if this board has really thought of these 4 categories, and I guess it's 4 categories: general ed, charter schools, technology, and facilities. I don't think we've really gone through and said, all right, which of these are have-to-haves? Absolutely, if we
Isn't
don't...
the continuation is a have-to-have?
Continuation and charter, they're automatic.
Right.
If you don't do that, we are going back to the table and we're cutting budget. We are
Okay.
going to find a place to cut so that we can pay for these
All right,
things.
but what continuation is, but these are all expansion budgets that I'm talking about, these categories. The
Charter
the
schools
charter
are
is an
not.
expansion,
It's not. Those students are here.
okay.
We
Right,
have to
so
pay.
that's, okay. So that's one
What
point.
percentage of the current budget is the continuation and charter schools? Is that about 7%? If they give us, let's just hypothetically, if they give us a 7% increase, will that cover continuation and charter schools?
No.
It's 7% increase is
40.
not enough to cover
So
just those 2
42
items?
million, 7%, 2.8 million, is that, you know, quick math? Don't we need 2.8 million to cover that? Oh,
Well, I meant
so you got
total.
2.5 for continuation and 1.2 for charter schools, that's 3.7. So you're about $1 million short.
Don't they fund the other items too? I thought it was the 54,811 number.
Take 7%.
7% of that. That's-
7, okay, if you
Well,
take
there-
7% of the total and not,
And it all went, if they just said, okay, we only have
so that's
7%,
so
then,
3.5 million, so you're looking at 3.5 million funded by, you know, 3.5.
Okay,
so they're going to have to fund more than roughly 7% to be able to get past continuation and charter schools, which both of those items are essentially done, gotta haves, or whatever the phrase is for the process.
right,
So anything over 7% is kind of what we're,
yeah. So you're
Talking
talking about
about.
the 5 million plus the 1.4 or 1.5, which is 6.5, 6.7. Then you got the 631, so that's 7.3, 7.5. So you're talking about 7.5 million outside of the continuation / charter schools.
right, which is about 13%, which gets us to the 20.35.
Right. So
Okay.
that's the 13% is what we're really having a conversation about, having to prioritize.
Right,
Is that what I hear you saying?
yes.
Okay. Board members, I think that's just a slightly different conversation than what we were really thinking about when we walked into this. Because now that says, all right, the normal path would have been, we would presented this budget to the commissioners, and they would have given us something in every category, and that's what they would have given us. And then if anything was really important and we got shorted in one category, then we may not have gotten what we thought we were going to get. Now, in the category of expansion, we've talked about 3 items, which is about $3 million, right? Go back down to general ed, up to that. It's $3.6 million, almost 3.7. So those 3 items, are those the most important items for us? And do you want to get, if we only got 3.7 million, is that all do you want to put it in all those 3 items?
The
Over and
three-
above the 7%? I'm just throwing a hypothetical out. So let's just say they gave us $3.7 million for this $7.5 million bucket. How would we divide that money up? And is it most important that it go to the first three items in the general ed and everything else just goes kaput? That's what I'm trying to get you to think about, because that's where they want us to give them some insight. Is that correct?
So the superintendent was asked to give the county manager some insight and direction based on going through the budget process, working with the board in these open meetings. Yes.
Right. So, I mean, I'm just throwing hypotheticals out there, but at the same time, the reality is they're going to have a limited pot of money to give us. And what we're saying is there's $7 million in that limited pot of money that we're going to have to deal with. And we're going to have to make some hard choices on where we go, but we need to kind of give them a priority on that $7.5 million, right?
So if you
Does
want
that
to
make sense?
include that in your budget committee process and have it come to you prioritized in that manner, then, so we can extend, we've already been told publicly that our budget process takes too long. So we can extend it a little longer and go through that process and categorize the categories so that when it comes to you, you'll have a roadmap of what the committee and the superintendent would like to do. Or we can just sit
Did
here.
you do that last time with all these points?
No,
that you assessed?
we did not.
The points were more like, I don't know, the best way to categorize might be like, you've got a checking account, you got a savings account, like you keep those items within those accounts. You don't move from a checking to a savings with these items, the way they're ranked.
But one of the things, what you're suggesting, though, if we decide on one thing, then you're throwing your maintenance and you're throwing your other things to the dogs. I mean, that's a terrible way to phrase it. But what's going to happen to the roofs that are leaking? What's going to happen to these other things? I mean, we're saying, okay,
That's
the
operational, though,
teachers are very, very, I mean, we're saying we're wanting to make those top priority, but then we've got to keep up the buildings, and we've got to keep up the grounds, and we've got to keep up the retention ponds, and we've got to make sure the grounds are safe for the children, and we've got to do all these other things. But how are you going to do it? There's no money to do these things. So what's the balancing act here? How are we going to do these things if there's no money to do it?
Well, we're going to approve the whole amount to go to the county, to present to the county. So we're showing the needs.
Well, maybe we are.
Well, no, that's not what I'm hearing. I'm waiting. I know I can't hear out this side of my ear sometime, but that's not what I'm hearing. I'm hearing you're saying you want me to say something, I mean, to give my priority, the one I want, or I'm not hearing this right.
Well, there's a whole bunch of different rhetoricals we could go and ways that we can go down this path. One is we could take all the number 1, 2s, and 3s, with the exception of technology, since it only has like 3, and just deal with technology on its own. And you could say, all right, these are our number 1 pieces of requirements that we need. Technology is $1 million for the 1-to-1, but everything else is, and it comes out to about 4.9. So if they gave us over 4.9, we would be able to take care of all of our number 1, 2s, and 3s, except for the $1 million for technology. That would be included. And we would have those. But we just got to give the county some direction to say what is most valuable to us as a system and as a board to fulfill. And so that's why we're having this hypothetical discussion. And Ms. Klutz wants to represent us well. So, and I don't think we've ever really thought about it in these ways before. So, we're having to change our thinking just a little bit, because in the past we were presenting, here are all our needs, and we still will present, here are all our needs. But in the arguments that you have with Mr. Downs and with Pam, Ms. Dubois, and Ms. Farrington, and when you discuss, and eventually it'll go to the commissioners, they're going to need to know what our heartbeat is. And if they don't have enough money to give us the 7.5, they're going to want to know what our heartbeat is for less than that. And so what we don't want to do is sell ourselves short. So, Dr. Phillips, you want to get the,
Well,
give you
I
a
was
chance for a
going to
second.
respond. You asked the question that if we got 3.7 million beyond covering the must-haves of the continuation of the charter schools, would we spend it all on these first three operational expansion general ed items? And my inclination is to say yes, with one exception, and that is we're opening a new school. So we have to have additional money to take care of the grounds and the maintenance. So I don't know how much of the expansion that is shown for facilities and grounds was going to go towards the upkeep of the new Odell, but certainly we need that. So that would be my guidance.
I thought that was part of the continuation.
The continuation does not have any facilities and maintenance by the end, does it, or does
It
it?
does for new construction, I think.
So there
Is
is,
that correct?
there's a position, we've asked for new construction related to the new schools, but there are no additional dollars for facilities specifically listed addressed directly toward Odell or the new school. You can see facilities request on page 16. And certainly, if they received custodial equipment and all of those things, health and safety, maintenance equipment, all of those things are just for the general upkeep and maintenance of our, unfortunately, our buildings are so old, and that our money normally needs to go to our older schools versus our newer schools because there's warranty and that type thing.
No, I understand that, but I think it's a good practice. If you're adding square footage, you need to add
It's a
staff, because eventually you're going to
great
need them.
practice.
And certainly for the grounds. I mean, the grass has to be taken care of at a new school as well as at an old one, so.
Mr. Chairman, I'll do a Mr. Furr here and talk out loud, but my mind's not made up yet, at the moment yet. It seems that ultimately the county wants reassurances of how we will spend their money. And to prioritize the budget as we do would be a commitment on our parts that the budget would then be implemented by these priorities. And so it seems to me that we're making a commitment and would follow through with the prioritization and the order that we establish here. And that's within our purview anyhow, as for our job as school board members and the oversight we should have over the whole process. I have great respect for the process. And Ms. Carpenter and Ms. Baumgartner and practically everyone in this room was an integral part of that process of coming up with the budget. But in terms of presenting the actual package, if you will, to the county, I think it's perfectly appropriate for us to exercise some kind of judgment at this point to be able to say that, to assure the county that we're going to spend their money in the order that we establish, but which also is the order in which they provide.
Okay, so let me ask a question then. How process-wise would you like to do that? So again, we've been reminded that our process is long. So do you want to, and so I'm not hearing you say that you want budget committee or superintendent to do it, you want to do it as a board. So do we need to commit several hours to an open board meeting to go through this process? And are we going to do it on feelings and guts, or are we going to do a process with a logical sequence?
Grateful that that was a general question, even though it was directed to me. I am now unplugging my microphone.
Just need some direction. Just give me direction. I'm happy.
The other day, I went to the county commissioner meeting, and I spoke in public comments and praised Ms. Klutz and Tim Lauder and the relationship that they've formed with the county in those particular areas. And so, I am the first to say that the relationship has been dramatically improved over the last, I guess, year or so. And that's all well and good, but, at this time, I guess, 11 months ago, we were kind of left scratching our head as to where some of those decisions, where that money was going and why those decisions were made. And so I think it's perfectly valid that we have these discussions, because I don't want to get to June or July and then kind of look around and go, why did we fully fund one area and did not fund another area, that kind of thing. So to me, if 3.7 gets us to paying our must-haves, which is continuation and charter school, and we're really talking, like Mr. Shoemaker said, anything above 3.7. And so it just seems kind of natural to assign a percentage of increase for different areas. And, we talk about the teacher supplement being 12%, but keep in mind that is 12% of the supplement. So, we're talking about we're talking about $1 million, and we're talking about what?
200-ish or
a tenth of a percent of their salary, or 0.2 or whatever, a fifth of 1%, not even 1%, or is that 1%? 1% of their total salary, about. So that's a very small amount that we're talking about. So I after hearing the discussion about the continuation and the charter schools, I definitely think the teacher supplement needs to be at the very top of that list, and then also strongly support it within that list of being fully funded before moving away from that list, knowing the propensity to not have enough to fund anything else in that category. And that's just, having 20 years of experience in the schools and working, et cetera. Just my personal, I know it's not everybody's experience, but that's just my recommendation based on the fact that 3.7 kind of gets us to a starting point, and I'm not sure we're going to get much more over 3.7.
All right, help me with some direction for Ms. Klutz. Do we want to just have this presented the way it is? Do you want to just shift this one little teeny category and make this one move, and then, because right now you are presenting this to the county as this was what our needs were going to be, and I don't see a problem with going along with that process, but in the end we're going to have to live with whatever the outcome is and whatever that amount of money is that we get awarded, which, if you begin to look at the $5.6 million, the $5 million expansion budget, that's about 66% of the 7.6, maybe it's a little higher. And then the 1.4 million, 1.49 million of technology is about 19%. Then the other two are 8 and 3%. And so we could actually divvy our awards up according to those percentage points if we wanted to go non-scientific. But we started this discussion on the very first item, which is the 5.061, and we talked about items 1, 2, and 3. Mr. Powell made a suggestion to move item 3 up to item 1, and that was the only part, and then we began to have more discussion about what we should do. What is the board's direction? Because I do need to give Ms. Klutz at least something. Now, not that we've voted on this, and we'll vote on this next week.
next week on Monday. Mm-hmm.
But she can then get her presentation to us next week honed down to where it's presentable to the commissioners. So,
And just another point of clarification, the document that's presented to the county is the document that you approve, and that has always been the case. So how the funding decision comes has been different over the years based on the management and the commissioners and the boards. But the document that you approve as the proposed budget document is what is presented to the commissioners in open session.
And this document is the draft, basically the working draft
Yes,
of
sir. And if you
Budget.
want to change it,
Yep.
then we'll change it, and you'll adopt it on Monday, and then that is what will be presented in open session to the commissioners.
I mean, my feeling is that if you're going to have discussions between now and next Monday with the county, that it seems that the sense of the board is we need 3.7 million at a minimum just to cover our expenses that we're going to have, whether we like them or not. And then beyond that, those first three items under general education seem to be the top priority that I've been hearing, and then whatever we can do beyond that, we will be very grateful for. Is that, I mean...
But then you're competing that to like the school buses that we absolutely need for growth.
Yeah.
Right?
So it depends on your
Well,
perception.
no. The capital budget is a separate...
Well, and that's...
I think we shouldn't compare the two, because the capital are you know, they're sort of one-time things. What we're talking about in the operating budget is the ongoing. So they're not just making a commitment this year, but they're making a commitment for years to come. They may have
my mistake.
So
that is technology or something.
Yeah, so it's really technology and the building maintenance and grounds maintenance. That's the trade-off.
Yeah, and part of the technology plan was, in Ms. Probst's presentation last year, was to add $1 million to the technology budget every year to cover recurring leases, because we were starting to come across more and more aging out equipment, and we had to renew and get new leases for equipment, plus the subsequent growth as well, as we begin to move towards a one-to-one. And so there was I believe it was a 5-year process that she had offered up, or a 4-year process, where we would do $1 million a year to get us to where 3-year process. Okay, 3 years. So this would be the second. And then next year we would ask for another $1 million, and then that would probably get us whole on all of our renewals cycles on our
That would get us
equipment.
to a one-to-one, enough that every student would have access to a computer, and it would also get us on a renewal cycle of every 5 years, whereas we're currently on a 7 or 8 year cycle. That's what the $1 million for 3 years would do.
When we give the principals teaching positions, are they allowed to convert? Who manages conversion to lead teachers? Are they given the ability to convert teachers' allotment positions to lead teachers?
So, like we discussed last week, there are different definitions of lead. So what I might call a lead is not necessarily what Principal A calls a lead or Principal B or C calls a lead. They're all different types of explanations for what they call as a lead. A lot of our principals call interventionist leads. Interventionists are, according to the Chart of Accounts and DPI's guidelines, allowed to be paid under a classroom teacher. So if a principal has elected to use a person in an interventionist type role, they are coded to a classroom teacher. They are hired as a classroom teacher, and I have no record that indicates that they are a lead. Now, if you walk out to a school and you ask a principal, do you have any leads? They very well may say, yep, Ms. Carpenter's my lead teacher. And in actuality, there's a difference of definition, and if you looked at the way that it's coded and aligned and hired, it would truly be a classroom teacher.
You're saying you don't manage. I'm sorry. We don't manage that. The principal gets to decide that. Is that?
As long as they're
accurate?
using them within the guidelines of the Chart of Accounts, and yes, they can make that decision.
All right, Mr. Shoemaker, we're going to make this easy.
Okay?
All right, if you agree with what Vince wants to do, I mean, we've got two choices, basically. Move 3 to 1 Or just leave it like it is, right? I mean, is that our,
Or one, the top three are your first priority.
Well, we don't have to go say the first three are our first priority, but that's not the way you were going to present the budget. Is
I'll
that
present it
correct?
how this board tells me to present it.
No, Ms. Klutz. You
I
had
will.
No, I know that, but you had a plan that you were going to present this budget. And if we had just said, this, yeah, we agree with everything that's on here, you would have presented
In this
the
manner.
operating budget in this manner.
Exactly.
Is that correct?
Yes.
So if we just switched those that one, it wouldn't alter the way you present the budget.
No, but I don't want to present it the way that I want to present it. I want to present it the way this board wants me to present
Well, I
it.
mean, yes, I understand, but it wouldn't alter the way you would have presented the budget, except that
No.
you had one at one spot and one at another spot, and that was it.
Right.
that's what I'm saying, so the bottom line is, we switch 3 to 1 or leave it like it is. And that's what we need to decide, right?
I mean,
Well,
even though I agree with process, the teacher part of the process was before the process. It was last year, and we've been fighting for ever since I've been on this board to get raises for our teachers, and we don't want to lose that. But Dr. Phillips, you had a conversation.
Well, I was going to say, in addition to what
comment.
Mr. Furr said, the other thing that we have to agree on is the priority among those major line items. General operating expenses expansion versus technology versus building maintenance versus grounds maintenance. Do we want to say that those are all equally important, or do we want to give some guidance as to which one we think is more important?
May I speak to the
In any case,
process?
they're all.
If I may speak to the process on that, the Budget Committee did not actually compare the different categories among each other, so there is no recommendation that's been provided to the board at this point about that. So this will just be the board's recommendations, again, based on whatever it is you might be pulling from to make those decisions. So to stick true to a process, just I have to put that in there. Just make sure you're using some data to make the decisions.
I have a question. So the proposal is to switch 1 and 3, which means that the Budget Committee said that they were placing teacher allotments above mental health. So if we switch 1 and 3,
No. The proposal was to take 1 to the top, and 2 and 3 would just slide down.
okay, that's what I think we need to clarify. So it wouldn't be swapping 1 and 3. It would be moving 3 to the top, and the others would come down. Okay, that just needed to be clarified. Thank you.
All right, so,
Yeah.
but it,
I'll run something out here. I'm not smart enough to figure it out, but I think that given the continuation and charter school, that's a separate thing. But I think number 3 needs to go up. Send the message to the teachers that we support them, or would like to support them. But I would be supportive of some method, and maybe Dr. Phillips is able to figure it out, of if there's a certain amount of money available, then we go by percentages to fund categories, and once a certain percentage is hit, then it moves to another category. That way, no category gets left behind, and every category gets something from the expansion budget, and that just seems like a relatively equitable way to divide this up. Now, I know that maybe doesn't work right because of the projects in capital. You know, you can't partially fund a roof. I get it, but something along those lines.
I guess I'm still troubled with the fund balance and funding our teachers, and I think we need to figure out a way to get that off. And by doing the allotment, that takes that off or helps take that off the fund balance.
It could, if you wanted
But
to.
using recurring expenses out of your savings account, I don't think is a good idea.
even if it is, and certainly we do want that flexibility back, even if we get the flexibility, we've already hired teacher assistants. So now we're in another rock and hard place, and what do you do if you get the flexibility? So certainly we want the flexibility, but it's still a different. Yeah. And so just, you're the board, you can decide on how you want to allocate the money in the process, but if I'm Dr. Probst down there, and you use this process, next year my budget request is going to be $10 million, because I want to be, that's the first thing that hit me is, right? Kelly's smart enough to figure that out. She is she's over there, writing down her request right now.
Mr. Chairman, I would say call the question, but we don't have a question to call, so.
Well, I think that we've had some conversation, and in the end, we won't know what we'll get until sometime in July or the end of June. And at that point, we will be faced with the decision as to how do we really want to break these items up. We do have emphasis on the expansion, the operating technology, building maintenance, and grounds, and those are still going to be offered up to them as very important to make sure we get fulfilled. I don't think it would...
I'm sorry, Tim.
Yeah.
Just as you were speaking, it kind of reminded me of the process last year. I think our technology requests were fully funded because we had lease options and so forth that we were talking about, and it was fully funded last year. And so then the teachers took a major hit from the plan last year, that the process, I guess, from last year. So just something to kind of remember that technology was fully funded last year. I think that that might be something to consider.
Sir, it was
I don't need to bring her into this. But
no, sir. It
looks
wasn't
like I
fully
have.
funded. There were 3 items, I believe, 3 or 4 items on the request. The first item was for $1 million of lease dollars. The second item that we combined at the board meeting was for additional staff to support break fix. So that, I think our request was $1,240,000, if I'm recalling. And what the county agreed to do was to give us $1 million. And certainly that doesn't include number 2 or number 3 that we didn't get to touch. So we received $1 million. We were allowed to hire 2 break fix technicians, which meant that we ended up spending about $880,000 on a recurring lease.
Mr. Chair, I think procedurally, you're not voting on the budget tonight. You're going to be doing that next Monday. But I think a motion to ask Kelly to reorganize priorities, if that's what Mr. Powell wants to do, I think that would be an appropriate motion to say, please, move number 3 to number 1 and see if that gets a majority vote, and then you could have a different presentation order for Monday. And similarly, if the board wants to rank the different expansion categories, that's something I think you could do by, saying that the budget should reflect our priorities in terms of the different buckets, something the budget committee didn't do. I think it'd be appropriate for the board to maybe vote on that given the potential difference of opinion. I think it's important to give some clarification so you know what's going to come before you on Monday when you actually vote on the budget. So I think if you're asking for reordering, I think this would be an appropriate time to ask that the one that's presented Monday be different if you want to see something different, and see if there are votes to do that.
All right. So who's going to...
I'll make a motion to move number 3 to number 1 in operational expansion general ed.
So you want to move on operational, on expansion, you want to move the number 3 item up to number 1 and ratchet down number 1 and 2 to the subsequent whole or subsequent positions. All right, Mr. Powell's
Yes,
made
sir.
a motion to do that, a small adjustment to the table. On that one slide, is anybody going to give him a second? Second. Okay, Mr. Furr seconds that. All right, is there any more discussion about making that motion, making that move?
Well, I'd like to stand out of this vote since my wife is someone who receives a supplement. So I'll just not vote on this one if it's okay with the rest of the board.
Well, have to
do that separately.
Well, you know
It's
gotta
not
do it when
needed.
you run.
Well, we're not approving any money.
That's
So
not.
you don't have to recuse yourself in this particular instance, because you're
Even
not
if
approving.
so, that's not, even if it was voting, that just seems kind of a ridiculous, but
No, I don't think that
Mr.
this
Phillips
is a
should definitely
recusable situation at this point, because we're just talking about a budget that we're going to offer. We're not going to get any, you're not going to get any benefit out of this budget yet.
Well, procedurally, Dr. Phillips is asked to be recused from this vote.
Yes.
So that is, the board should vote on his
All right,
request
board members.
to be recused.
Dr. Phillips is asked to be recused, so all in favor of recusing Dr. Phillips from this particular vote, say aye. One. All opposed? Two. Say no. Say aye. All right. So he gets to stay on. That was a 2 for, and 5 against. All right. So that was Ms. Carpenter and Dr. Phillips voted for that. The rest of us voted against, so.
He wanted to let him.
Yeah, I know. I said you voted for him.
I voted for him.
All right, back to the motion. Any more discussions on this particular motion?
So
Okay.
I guess the discussion was that we had a process. We've had several meetings. The Budget Committee decided this was the best order based on whatever the Trago is, and we're going to reverse that. And I mean, I certainly want to support our teachers, but I don't want to disturb that process, and these things, I'd like to leave it the way it is.
Okay. And we've also honored the entire Trago process up to this one iteration, and so I think we've done a very good job of not turning upside down the entire process. We have disagreed with their finding, and you know, that's our job, is to make those recommendations and accept the recommendations from the Budget Committee, and they've done a tremendous amount of good work. And I think that if this is all we do to this process, I think we've got a successful process. So I'm for this motion. Any other comments? Seeing none, all in favor of this motion, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. All right. So it was a 5-2 with Mr. Walter and Dr. Phillips. All right. So we're just going to make that one slight adjustment.
Okay.
And as far as presenting this to the county, it's all a need as far as we're going to be concerned. And I guess we'll give you that information on next Monday night. Right? Because you'll be presenting this and we have to actually officially vote on this presentation.
I'm just going to change the area that you said, but everything else is going to look exactly the same.
Right. And so we'll officialize that, make that official.
Monday.
Monday night. I don't know if officialize is the word. Yeah.
I just want to make the order part and the percent part, we're just not doing, because that was what I think she was getting to, and I know that's what I think Mr. Powell said and Mr. Enriquez said, is one of the things that will come up in the discussion tomorrow is we've changed those order, but if there's $1 million and that's all they have, then do we just take the very first one, which is now teacher supplement, or do you parse that up by percent? Because both of those things are out
I
there.
do, I just, and Kelly alluded to this, it is a multi-step process, so we, under the statute, we have to present a budget reflecting our needs. We've done that in exhaustive detail, thanks to the good work of the Budget Committee. We've documented our needs, we've prioritized them. Then the county gets to decide how much they're going to give us. And they, by law, they have to give it in the big buckets of, you know, what's our operational money, what's our facilities. They've also may tell us in these expansion items, but ultimately then it's our decision, and certainly within, you know, once we get a certain amount of money for this expansion item, it comes back, unless they fund it completely. Even if they fund it completely, which never happens, you're still going to vote on the final budget. So this is not a vote actually on the dollars, although I understand a point Mr. Harrison made about wanting to be true to what we've said are our priorities. But you're actually, until you get the money, you're not going to be able to approve the final budget, because you need to know how much you have from the state and everything else. That's what you actually approve at the end. So we request a budget. We've done that now. The superintendent's presented a proposal through the Budget Committee. The board will vote on Monday to send it on to the commissioners. Then they'll tell us how much money, and then it will come back for a final decision to say, okay, we know how much we have from the county and the state, and now the board would then vote on the final budget. That's the actual vote to authorize the expenditure of those dollars for next year. So if you're going to do a percentage split, you really don't have to decide that now, because they may say, okay, here's $4 million, and, you know, it's in this bucket, and you'd have to then make the decision, are we going to just do it all on supplement, or do we want to split it among some of the higher priorities? You'd still, I think, make that decision once you know how much money you actually have. This is really how much you're going to ask for and what are your justifications and priorities. That's really what the process and the vote on Monday night will be.
What you're describing is different from last year, correct? We did not, nothing came back to us and said, we only got such an amount.
Well, the county
Do
has-
you want to fully fund this or that, or?
The county doesn't give us, if you look at this, but can you bring that slide up that shows the operating budget request, please? Because I can't see the number on, I don't know which page it is.
That one.
Yes. Last year, the county allocated money in each one of these categories.
That's right.
If we really had a good relationship with our county, they wouldn't do that. They would give us the flexibility, and that would be what I would say to them is treat us like big boys and girls, and we were elected to deal with a $280 million budget. Give us the flexibility to deal with the budget. But give us, you know, you see what our budget needs are, give us the money, but don't hog tie our hands and not allow us the opportunity to use that money.
Dr. Lauder has opened up that discussion, and they have been well received.
Okay.
That discussion has been well received.
Because I think that's really wrong for us to now have to pick and choose. Give us the money, and then we'll have to pick and choose then. But if they pick and choose for us, which is basically to your point, they did. They picked and choose for us last year.
Right.
And so we never had much that we could do except approve what they, because they specifically wrote it in such a way, and they could, within the law, they can actually do that, so. Okay. So we'll move on to the next item, which is our sibling transportation with Ms. Slingerland, Ms. Barbara Slingerland. I'm so sorry.
Good evening. 2 weeks ago, 45 EC families received a letter outlining a change in EC transportation service related to regular ed siblings riding on EC buses. I'd like to review that change with you and answer any questions that you might have. It's really important to understand the difference between a regular ed bus and an exceptional children's bus. The major difference is, and I know we're looking at a...
All you have to do is just kind of motion and we'll move the slide.
I'm sorry. That'd be wonderful.
You ready for it to move?
That'd be great, thanks. The regular ed bus, as everyone knows, you have one driver. It's available to all students in the district. And it's considered in the EC world the least restrictive environment. You've got typical students, you've got students with disabilities riding their neighborhood bus. And the EC bus, on the other hand, has one driver and a monitor. The purpose of that monitor is really to ensure the health and safety of the students on the bus. They also directly provide modifications for students. They assist students with goals. We have goals on EC buses. And our monitors do some training with our children because our eventual goal is always to get our students back on a regular ed bus because that's a more typical situation. Our monitors also take data on our students' progress on those goals. The special ed bus is one of the most restrictive environments for an EC student because it is away from their typical peers. And an IEP team determines the need for the related service in the IEP team process. So, I'm looking over at Dr. I'm sorry. Sorry. The related services, basically, that EC transportation is considered a related service. And related service is by law something that's required to assist a child with a disability to benefit from their special education. It is very similar to other related services such as occupational therapy, physical therapy, speech therapy, counseling, audiology. It's a required thing for those EC students per their IEP. The related services can be provided in different settings. But as our IEP teams look at transportation for special ed students, the very least restrictive, as we said, is that regular ed bus. We also consider, how about the regular ed bus with some modifications? We might use behavior contracts, preferential seating. There might be a wheelchair lift for a student. You might have a vest for the safety of a child who is dangerous and trying to get around the bus. The most restrictive, a more restrictive setting would be that special ed bus, where we have the monitor ensuring that our students get the medical services that they need, they get the behavioral services that they need. There is one more restrictive setting, and that would be individual transportation. And we do have students transported to some special behavioral settings who are not safe, even with a monitor and a vest and different types of modifications on that EC bus. So that most restrictive setting would be individual transportation contracted either with a parent or provided by an EC van. So as we look at all the processes that are involved in the IEP, we're always looking at what is the least restrictive environment to, in this case, transport a child. So we have many classrooms that are at a separate level of setting with an intensive need for supervision and support. We call those centralized classroom placements. We have those for students with autism, students with severe behavioral disorders, students who are deaf and hard of hearing, visual impairment, and intellectual disabilities. Those are low incidence populations that are located in centralized settings across the district. Our buses have, until this point, allowed courtesy riders. So we have said, siblings of a student in special education, you may ride on the EC bus if your student is going to a centralized placement away from the home district. So we're saying, we have a student with severe needs who needs to go to a self-contained placement in a district that's outside of their home school. And we have for years said, well, it would provide a nice support if the sibling could go to that same centralized classroom placement outside of their home school. As things have advanced, that was never meant to, we were never meaning to transport regular ed students on a special ed location, on a special ed bus, to the student's home school, because the regular ed bus comes by for the regular ed student, the intensive support EC bus comes by for the special ed student. The proposed change that we have gives parents a choice. Parents can continue to have their siblings at that remote school if they would transport their children, or the siblings may return to their home school and be with their neighborhood students and ride the neighborhood regular ed bus. So that's the recommendation for change that we have put forward. What questions do you have?
Board members, do you have questions? Mr. Powell, I see you have.
So why wasn't there a third option of continuing to have the siblings ride only to the EC placement school, and when that placement is over or progresses to the next level or changes from A.T. Allen to Patriots or whatever, then the requirement is for the sibling to also only continue transportation if they go with the EC sibling to the self-contained setting.
That certainly could be an option. One of the biggest things that has inhibited us from doing that is remembering that when we put a student, it's sort of like speech therapy in a lot of ways. When we say a student needs something because of the severity of their disability, And we're saying that the least restrictive environment that they're in would be on that special ed bus. We're promising parents that that student is surrounded by special ed students. When we say it's a separate setting with individualized needs, individualized care, continuing to have regular ed kids is in violation of what we're telling parents.
I'll just venture throwing this out. Does it stand to reason that on an EC bus, that a child who is EC would benefit from his or her sibling who would understand and be sensitive and possibly augment the monitor's management and care of the EC child with the assistance in some cases of the sibling who certainly would lend a hand in some sense of the word with his or her special needs sibling. So I guess in my mind I'm picturing or imagining one child helping his or her sister, brother, every day getting on and off of the bus and the management of that child, and actually augmenting the monitor's efforts while they handle several EC children on the same bus at the same time.
We very much, I absolutely know that that does happen. We are trying to promote independence as much as possible, very honestly, on the EC bus. We can't necessarily depend on siblings to help their child to become more independent in riding the bus. It's always our goal, again, to become more independent in riding that bus. We have the other possibility, certainly, where a regular ed student might not be that helpful person, that they may actually take the resources of our monitors as that regular ed child who may not be well behaved. They may well be making distraction and pulling our monitor away from the job that is theirs, which are the EC students on that bus. So I absolutely look at that both ways.
And you're also saying that the time on the bus is an extension of the classroom.
Exactly.
Before and after the case.
Yes, sir.
I'm at least trying to understand that paradigm that you're offering. Thank you.
So why would parents want to put a regular ed child on a special ed bus?
I think it's a very interesting question.
So you have 50 of them, is that what we're saying?
We have, I brought my numbers, we have 49 siblings on 19 EC buses. 14 of those are being transported to their own home school where the bus is coming by their house. And having, I think of least restrictive environment for the regular sibling. What's the typical thing to do? Riding that regular ed bus. We do have parents certainly who have chosen, for many reasons. One is convenience. Two students get on at the same time and they both go to the same location, and that is incredibly convenient for parents. Some of that is security and saying, well, at least I know that my children are together and they're going to be fine if they're together.
Okay, and my other question is this saving us money by doing this?
This really is not about money. This is very much about least restrictive environment and honoring the IEPs of 474 kids who are on those buses.
But the number of buses you said currently is 19.
With regular ed transportation, yes. with
So removing the
regular
regular ed students out of that 19, how many buses would be needed?
We have a total
Would still use 19 buses?
We have, yeah, absolutely. We have a total of 40 EC buses right now. And as I said, the decision was not made around money.
This is not a financial.
This is not a financial. This is
That's
about.
Excellent. But
Thank
you would still have that number of monitors, that number of buses.
Yes, sir.
I've been a
assistant principal in 3 schools in the district, and in every single school, we had siblings that rode special transportation with a EC sibling. And I would not be in favor of this, and I would be so not in favor of this because there are so many benefits. And Mr. Harrison, you hit on some, but and Ms. Singerland mentioned a few others. But you've got a parent who not only would have to find a different school or attend a different school, but it's not like 2 of my children. We're talking about some of the most severely disabled children in our district who take, in some cases, round-the-clock care, and we're asking parents to split their attention between 2 different schools when there is no cost associated. And in every case that I've seen, the sibling, just by having a presence on the bus, is a comfort for that EC child. And to me, I have yet to see a situation where the regular ed child presented a problem for the bus drivers, and in most cases they're either indifferent, and then in most cases they are assisting the drivers and the monitors in helping either calm these most disabled children in the district. So I don't know why this proposal was up here, but I can't be against it anymore because I've lived it, and I've worked with families that have had siblings that ride the bus, and also siblings that have rode the regular bus at the same school. And in some cases that works out great when the specialized program is their home school. Sometimes the sibling does elect to ride the regular bus because they're not necessarily needed, or they do want to be with their regular peers. But I think it's a fantastic option to give families that are already dealing with some of the most disabled children in the district. And, my heart goes out to them as I see them trying to navigate some of the difficulties in the school with these disabled children. And then to think that they're going to have to up and go to another school. Think of open house and teacher conferences and so forth. These are not these are more like medical, in a lot of cases, medical, not evaluations, but kind of checkups on what's going on physically in the classroom, and those happen on a regular basis. I can't imagine us forcing, for no monetary reason or otherwise, to send them to another school. So you were right on with your comments, at least by my experience. Now that's only my experience, and others probably have different experiences. But in that case, we remove them and make them. It's a privilege, so we can always remove that privilege. But if we don't offer it as an option, I think we're just denying those children the right, and also putting an undue burden on the families.
And I don't think I can say it better than Mr. Powell. There's a compassionate element going on here for one brother and sister to be able to help the other brother and sister. And that's where I'm coming from, especially. I have never walked in the shoes of those families.
Absolutely.
I have no point of reference. But in the back of my mind, I've got to say their lives are greatly, greatly complicated. And that's a bad, terrible understatement.
Absolutely.
I just don't know. I just don't know. But I've got to think that the one child who can help the EC sibling has got to be a benefit to that child, notwithstanding the perfectly good educational goal of helping the EC child become more independent, or independent to the extent that he or she can, given their EC status. I would think that the brother or sister would be a positive influence in that situation, getting on the bus and off of the bus, and probably all during the day too. I suspect that there's a lot of involvement between the siblings.
Absolutely.
All day
Absolutely.
long. But that's just my imagination. I don't have
It's
your
not your
personal
imagination. I can tell you what happens.
In those
for regular-
situations, can you put that in an IEP plan and then allow that child to ride in that bus if it's on an IEP plan.
The difficulty runs into the legal aspect of the IEP, where we're saying to all 474 parents, your child is in an EC environment. They're surrounded by special ed students. And when we put regular ed students into that situation, we are putting ourselves legally in harm's way. I have a huge heart for our students with disabilities. I live it every day, and I understand the will and want for parents to keep their children together. We're not asking them not to put their children together. We're saying if you would transport your regular ed sibling, we are more than happy to keep them together at that school. We looked at all of the top 10 counties in the state. One Charlotte-Mecklenburg Schools chooses to allow students, regular ed students, to go to the same centralized classroom placement location. They travel in 2 separate vehicles because of least restrictive environment. They contract a regular ed transport. 2 vehicles show up at a person's house, regular ed and a special ed, because you're talking also, again, about least restrictive environment for that regular ed students, interaction with their typical peers, interaction with their neighborhood peers. Those are things that we should not underestimate the power of.
If the crux of the presentation and the proposal then is regulatory and/or based in liability, should we ask our attorney to weigh in on
Yes, please.
the essential rationale, which, and I beg your pardon, is not expressed that explicitly in this presentation? It's taken a while to get to that
Gotcha.
underlying rationale, but can we now go into that legalistic, and I mean that in a positive way, explanation of why this proposal is being brought to us, regulatory and in terms of liability?
Sure.
Or
No.
all the entire scope of those issues?
And I know Sarah Stone's been working with Barbara Slingerland on that issue, and we do have a concern that if you are saying we are providing a EC bus outside of the regular environment because of the least restrictive, we are concerned that having regular children just because they're siblings on that bus compromises what we've offered. So I think there is a legal concern. We haven't had, it's not a threatened lawsuit, but from a compliance standpoint, we are saying these are special education buses provided with special education funds to meet the needs as specified in individual plans, which say the student can't ride a regular bus with regular children. And I think if we then have a bus that has a bunch of regular siblings, we're really compromising what we were saying we needed to provide in the IEP. So I know, and Sarah spent more time looking at this issue than I have, but she is concerned about the way it's currently structured from a compliance standpoint.
What's the maximum number of regular ed siblings on any one bus in the district?
At this time, 4 regular ed siblings.
What's the total ridership of that bus?
I believe 12.
How long have we been doing this?
As we are tracing it back, we know it's been at least 10 years.
Sometimes I don't phrase things right, but I dare somebody to challenge us on this. I think that if we stick up for these families, then we are doing the right thing as a board. And if we accept a legal challenge because we're allowing siblings to ride the bus, I'm not opposed to putting some sort of contract together and having parents of siblings sign a contract that legally obligates them to behavior requirements, attendance requirements, ridership requirements. I know that, if people don't show up to ride the bus, then we should probably be dropping them. I know that's a practice for regular ed, and EC is a little different because it's prescribed in the IEP. But I just can't imagine us talking about this issue having been at the schools, and I understand that we're educating the board members on this, and I just don't know where it came from. And if we're worried about exposing ourselves legally because we are helping families of the most disabled students in our district by allowing their sibling to travel with their disabled sibling, then I can't oppose it anymore.
Have we been cited? Has there been an audit? Has there been any regulatory or legal impetus for this proposal? Or are we simply being proactive in recognizing, now really, after 10 years, the liability and/or the regulatory being out of compliance? Which, I guess, what is the driver here? That's a pun, pardon me, of the bus. But what is the driver of this proposal at this point?
I'll let you, I'm not aware of any kind of citation that we've received. I'll let Ms. Slingerland respond in terms of the initial, what prompted this move.
As we have, we bring a multidisciplinary team together month to month, actually at least quarterly, to discuss different topics, different issues, different things surrounding EC transportation. And it became very obvious that we are one of the very few places that do this. And so as we checked into the legality of it and realizing that no one in the state transports regular ed students on EC buses, it became an issue. We also realized that the discipline is taken care of at the school level, as Mr. Powell was saying. So I can't easily say to you, we've had 4 instances of disability discrimination on our EC buses at this time because those issues are worked through by the principals at the schools. We are looking, should we continue the practice, we will be looking at figuring out how we can monitor disciplinary procedures that do occur on our EC buses.
And those complaints, those hypothetical complaints, in effect, would be financial.
Yes.
The bus and the ridership, I'm sorry, the bus and the monitoring, that's not the reason, but the potential
Right.
for complaints in a formal legalistic sense of the word would be a financial consideration.
Yes.
Are we implying that much, I believe?
It certainly could be.
Those have not occurred, but we're saying that we
I think this
would
is a
incur
case
something.
where I think, we've done it for a long time. I understand the common sense view that you're going to the school, you might as well let the non-EC child ride with the other one. There's certainly a common sense appeal, but I think during a review to look at, are we complying with what we've written in the IEPs? There's question about if you've got riders that are not special ed students, does that compromise it? Could someone say, you're not giving me the special ed transportation that I'm supposed to have per my IEP? That's the way you would get, a challenge. And I hear Mr. Powell saying we'll deal with that if it happens.
I think that has no merit whatsoever because we send these children to specialized programs that are on campuses with hundreds of other regular ed students. They interact on a regular basis with them, and the goal is to put them in these settings so that as they have the opportunity to interact with regular ed students, they are available to do that. We don't have specially housed programs necessarily. By and large, I think we have just very few programs that are specially housed, and we're not talking about EC siblings riding to those programs. We're talking about regular ed settings that are basically full of regular ed students in the building already. And I get it, the EC transportation is very specific in the way it's written, but maybe the way it's written could be modified, and at some point, given, it only takes 1 year to change the way IEPs are written or reviewed in the entire district. So maybe with guidance from the board, we could encourage that type of thing to be a regular practice, in my opinion. So that's another aspect that we're not sending them to, for example, Learning Connections or the Glenn Center or anywhere that maybe is a completely self-contained, full setting campus. We're sending them to regular ed settings.
We're on the IEP, the centralized classroom placements are separate locations. They're separate settings away from typical peers. And while a student, their IEP team may choose to have them as they can access the regular building, many of our students who are in those separate settings, the IEP reads that they're in those centralized placements because of the severity of their disability. And it is a removal, at least restrictive environment-wise, it is a removal from their typical peers. And I understand that we're saying, well, on that campus, there are going to be other typical peers. That doesn't necessarily mean our students are on a regular basis interacting with those typical peers or have the skills to interact with those typical peers. And that's why they go to the centralized classroom placement. When they're able to get out and their IEP teams are saying, yes, they can access their peers, then we begin that reverse mainstreaming. We want them to get out and then get back to their home schools. But this is a step in the process. We're saying they have a separate setting on their IEP for their education as well as their busing.
Okay, this letter went out on the 12th of March, and the email that we saw, individual requests for hardship, will be considered on a case-by-case basis. Ms. Reimer, how are we going to handle those, or what are we going to do for that if they still want to remain on the bus?
So usually hardships are about placement for schools. So in this process, if we're going to look at transportation in particular, we'll have to go through that process with this.
We've already given them the option. If they want to go to that school, they drive, right? They provide.
Yes. That's part of our that's part of our transfer process with our EC students that are placed in a centralized placement.
Mr. Chairman, if a motion is in order, I'm sorry.
No, I was just wanting to know if Dr. Lauer would be interested in sharing any thoughts, since you've got plenty of experience.
I would just say that we, in the process, we find things all the time where we're out of compliance, and this is an issue that we found out that nobody else around us does what we're currently doing. It is not in compliance with what we're supposed to be doing. We checked with the council of the school board that kind of agreed and recommended it's not something that we're supposed to be doing. So we heard from everyone, this is something that we're not supposed to be doing. So we moved forward with not doing that. Knew that some of the parents you might hear from some of the parents as school board members because they may not like that decision because they have been doing it for a long time. And so we informed the board of the decision we made and that you may hear some complaints from that. And then I think a board member said, well, we'd like to have a presentation on this, and we brought it. So I don't see how I or we from the school system can recommend that we continue doing something that we're advised by the council not to do and that we're out of compliance with. But if the school board says do that anyway, then we will do that anyway.
I think we're also discussing risk, which I can comprehend in terms of being risk averse and that sort of thing. Is the proposal doesn't indicate that this would happen tomorrow or for the 2016-17 school year, or does it? Yes. It does?
16-17 school year.
Or that it would be phased in? Are these the only two options that are reasonable, or is there a third path on this topic per the discussions we've had? How much more discussion needs to be had on this topic? Or is this pretty much where we stand?
Well, board members, I think you've heard.
I'm sorry.
Well, I think we've heard Ms. Lingerland's discussion. If the board chooses to go a different direction than what Dr. Lauder and his team have decided that they wanted to do based on their discussions with Mark and Sarah, and then the board will have to articulate exactly what they want to do. Because as far as middle ground or anything, we would have to establish what that middle ground would look like, and then what the requirements would be. Would it be as Mr. Powell said, making sure that parents filled out a form and understood that their regular ed students could be dismissed from the bus if there was something going on, or even the other way, the parents who have IEPs informed that there'd be regular ed students on their bus so that they would have at least opportunity to know that the bus might
Perhaps a
might
certain
have that.
number.
Yeah, or something like that. But I think the board now has to articulate exactly what it wants to do.
Well, just to speak to that point and to Dr. Lauder's point of how this came about, we're in essence changing we're changing the school placement of these EC siblings, it seems like. And that was my concern, that we just did this without coming to the board. I thought that was one of the board's responsibilities, was to determine attendance zone, determine school placement or whatever, I don't know. But it just seemed like, since we were changing the placement of these students, that it was something that needed to be weighed in on. Well, the box of Kleenex, in my mind. I think it was a little bit more important than just kind of doing it without letting the board know, or letting the board weigh in and be okay with it, I guess.
Ms. Carpenter?
Yes, one of the questions, out of these 49 students, were all 49 of them going to the same school that the EC child was going to? In other words, say the EC child was going to A.T. Allen. Was the sibling going to A.T. Allen, or was the sibling going somewhere else?
They were going to the same school, so
They
to
were
ATL.
always, I
in
mean,
your
they
case.
weren't going to another school or
No,
something?
ma'am.
They were always going to the same
school together.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
I guess I also think it ought to probably come to the board prior to making the decision. But if there's a way to phase it out, I think I would have rather gone that route. But again, I guess the letter's already gone out, right? So,
All right, board members, the ball is in your court. What do you want to do with this? Because we can't, this was just a discussion point, so I need a motion to carry this discussion to a different level, or we need to just let it die. Yes, sir.
If we let it die, then the policy the practice has already been implemented, correct?
Yeah.
So we need to do some action
If
to
we want
even
to-
take action on it. I think that this needs to be at the business meeting, so that there can be an opportunity for public comment if somebody would like to comment or whatever, and then vote on it at a regular business meeting. Do you need a motion to do that?
Yeah, but if you're going to vote on something and you want them to change what they decided, we need to kind of articulate what that change would look like, because we're not just voting on whether they can do it or not. We're voting on, this is how we want it done type of thing, I believe. Is that, unless we push it back to staff to say, staff, we would like you to reinvestigate this and look for some middle ground and come to us with some recommendations. That would also be an opportunity for us.
Vince, I think you had a good idea. If they would change the wording on the EIP to put into the EIP that you're going to have students on that bus, then we maybe wouldn't really be out of compliance. Then that may be the loophole, if we per se.
Yes,
that
ma'am.
we
That's certainly
need.
not a board. I don't think that can come from the board, but it's a common sense solution to a
That-
problem that
yeah,
we've
it could come
created
from- I
just
mean,
by
that
looking
we're-
through policies and trying to.
We're
Yep.
giving.
I agree.
It does need to come from.
We do that all the time, by the way. In IEPs, we like to, get clusters to kind of look the same, because we have so many elementary schools that are feeding into one middle school. And so in so many cases, we look at the middle school and decide, well, we have so many services, how can we customize the IEPs at the different elementaries to match what the services are at the middle school? So I know that kind of thing happens in all over the district. So that can certainly be a practice, but I don't think it can come from the board. I don't feel comfortable being a part of that. That's getting in the weeds
What
too
I'm
much.
saying is, though, we're wanting, I feel that the service, I agree with you and David, that we've got, I agree with you both, because we've got something where I always hear, I have always heard it for years and years, where we're always wanting our EC children to mainstream, to get them associated, to get mainstream back into, to get blend back in with the children. I mean, that's what we're always wanting this to happen. And here, what are we doing? That's what we're wanting to do. They feel comfortable with this. So, you know, that's what we're doing here. And, all right, now Mark's sitting down there. No.
Remember, you know, it's, every student gets an individualized plan. And so some different students have different levels of mainstreaming. What types of things do they do with regular kids? What don't they? I think the concern here is you've got, and some EC kids can ride a regular bus. That would be the least restrictive environment for if a child's able to ride the regular bus, they can ride the regular bus even though they're an EC student, and they can get EC services that they need at their school. For students riding a special education bus, the team has decided this student really can't ride a regular bus. They need to be in a bus with a monitor and with other EC students. So there's been some determination. I think I hear what Vince is saying is maybe that EC, the transportation could say that you could do it, you know, with a limited number of regular education students. Maybe there's a way to address that on a child-by-child basis. We obviously, as a board, can't say this is what the IEPs will concern, because that's an IEP team decision. But I think the concern, the reason there was a change is we had a disjoint between plans that said you need to be only with EC kids, and yet you're riding a bus with 4 regular students after a determination you shouldn't be on a regular bus. That would be what was in the IEP. That's the potential issue. And I hear the desire to say this could be really disruptive. How can we work, you know, there are ways to work it out, phase it out, do something else that, you know, minimizes impact on people yet still brings us into compliance. And that may be, you know, there may be options to try to do that. But that's the compliance concern, is we got a disjoint between what's in the IEP saying they shouldn't be on a regular bus and now they're with regular kids. The EC, and the buses are funded through EC dollars. So we're giving regular students a ride, but it's on a bus that was purchased with the federal funds and it's EC funded. So I hear the practical concerns. It's really how do we balance those with the legal compliance concerns for those students where we say they shouldn't be on a regular bus. Again, if they can be on a regular bus, that's great. We would not need to provide a special EC bus. We'd have them on a regular bus with regular kids. They'd have that additional mainstreaming. That's part of the least restrictive environment. If the student can do that, that's where we want them. We want them to be functioning with as many regular kids as possible.
Could the board make a policy where every EC bus has 2 designated regular ed seats on every bus? If that is the policy and that is the practice, then just by virtue of selecting special transportation, then they are in essence selecting to have that limited number of regular ed students on that bus. We are not in the business of changing IEPs, but is that an option? Are we violating anything by designating only 2 seats per bus?
We would then probably be running, excuse me?
I'm sorry.
Oh,
Like you said a minute ago, you had 4 that rode one
absolutely.
bus, so that wouldn't work.
Would we then may be increasing the number of students on contracted transportation? When an IEP team says, my student cannot be with regular peers, we then come up with yet another form of specialized transportation, which is that more separate, and then we are getting into some money. But that's not why we, again, made that decision. IEP teams very often say, my child is too disruptive to be among peers. My child is too dangerous, but if that monitor is sitting right here and we put the special transportation and nobody surrounds them, then we can transport. So we're going to have multiple out of the 474 kids that we do transport on special transportation. We are going to have instances where they say, it will not work with the general ed peer. The general ed peer may be in danger. There may be reasons, and we would then be offering contracted transportation that originally our EC buses were meant to be. That was the separate setting we were talking about. So.
Well, what was...
Barb, do we ever have instances where, like, sibling presence would be a component of the IEP? In other words, one of the accommodations would be to have a sibling on the bus, or is that not something we would see?
We do not accommodate with a sibling because siblings are children, and they are not responsible for in many cases, their own behavior, but certainly not the behavior of their peers. Remembering it's a related service. Occupational therapy, physical therapy, speech therapy are all the same type of service. We're saying the special ed student needs this to get benefit from their special ed program. And so we wouldn't do this with occupational therapy. We wouldn't say, oh, my special ed student needs occupational therapy. Why don't we send his peer with him to help him
That
in
would
that
be like a
situation?
comfort animal or something like that people do.
Which is a whole nother subject.
No, I think that's right. You've reminded me, and you can't do it in part because you've got another student that we're also trying to serve, and so you're not serving the needs of one student by saying the other one's.
All right, board members, I need to know your
would
feelings
like-
on this.
I would like to put two of our board members' heads together for them to come, and even with our attorney, to put up some type of solution to this, whether it be stagger it or whether it to be, come up with something that we could all live with. Since it'll be for next year, that's just my 2 cents worth. I think David and Vince would be two good people to maybe do that with, but that's just my suggestion. But, or Rob, I mean, you've all come up with some great solutions for that, but that's just a suggestion.
Ms. Carpenter, is that a motion?
That's a motion on my part.
Okay, so Ms. Carpenter makes a motion that we set up a small committee to work with staff
To work with staff to come up with,
with an intermediate solution.
and, our lady here, to come up with some kind of happy medium
And to report back to the board
to report back to the board, maybe,
in May.
maybe, so we can get it moved along.
Would there be anyone, well, first, I guess I need a second to Ms. Carpenter's motion to work with staff.
I'll second her motion.
Now, get a couple people to jump in there to.
All right, so Ms. Carpenter's motion is to set up a subcommittee of board members to work with staff to possibly design an intermediate solution to this issue and report back to the board in May.
All right,
Right?
get two people.
So do I have any more discussion on that? I don't hear any discussion, so now we'll vote on it, on Ms. Carpenter's motion, seconded by Mr. Walter. All in favor of a small committee of 2 board members working with staff on this, say aye. Aye. Oppose? Okay, so that's a 7-0, and the members of the committee will be?
Your prerogative.
Huh? Well,
Just ask all for 2.
I think Vince would be great.
Yeah.
Rob or David, I think any of them would be wonderful.
either one of you guys would like to do it with Mr. Powell?
Not available during working days.
Yeah.
Evenings or very early mornings are best for me.
Okay.
I'm in.
Okay. All right, so Mr. Harrison and Mr. Powell will work with the staff to help come up with some type of recommendation for us to look at in the May meeting. So it looks like it'll be an early morning meeting. Is that going to be? All right, so y'all work on that, and you'll coordinate with Ms. Slingerland, and she will pull the rest of what she needs together for that. All right?
Be happy to.
Thank
Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am. We have items for consent agenda. We have all these policies that are for the second reading. Do I hear any reason why we shouldn't put all of these on the consent agenda?
Move to put the policies on the consent agenda.
All right, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4. Focus on students, attendance, safety, and student transportation services, and drivers. All on the consent agenda. All right, items for discussion. We had the attorney contract renewal consideration of RFP. I asked Mark to try to prepare some things for us, and I've asked Ms. Klutz to try to update the current expenditures for the year to date. We do know that we got something in our weekly wrap-up, just kind of giving us a matrix on comparing some of the outlying districts, other districts around us, but that we know from me talking to other board members that is not complete and there still needs a lot more work to be done to it, but it was a start. I asked Mark if he would give us thank you, Ms. Klutz. I asked Mark if he would just kind of give us a review of what they cover, what Womble and Carlisle covers as a part of the base for our legal services, and then what I would consider the billable services are outside the scope of their normal coverage. And eventually I wanted to find out what other legal services we spend money for, but none of us are really quite sure what they are. So, Mark, I'll turn this over to you to get us started on this conversation.
Thank you, Mr. Shoemaker. Womble Carlisle's had the privilege of representing Cabarrus County Board of Education for over 20 years, and over the course of time, the nature of that relationship has evolved. There are really two kind of components of the work we do. One is on a fixed fee basis, a fixed monthly fee. That's referred to here in the chart that Kelly just handed out as retainer work, and the other is non-retainer work. And I thought I would just take a minute and explain some of the history and what are covered in those two categories. The retainer is a flat monthly fee that covers almost all our basic services. It covers some of the things that are pretty visible to you, such as attendance at all the board meetings. So you pay a fixed rate whether we're done at 9 o'clock or whether we go till midnight. It covers the attendance at your retreat, your quarterly meetings, your budget sessions. We've also attended some of the meetings with the county commissioners. It also covers advising the board in between board meetings. Most of that communication is through the chair, phone calls, emails, asking questions about policy or procedure or setting up the agenda or grievances that are pending. We have a role in determining whether grievances are brought before the board under board policy. We're one of the people that weighs in on that. There's also, though, really that work that's done directly with the board is a fairly small piece of the overall work that Womble Carlisle is doing for the school system. So I thought I'd talk a little bit about some of the other stuff that is, I think, less visible to you as board members. We're actively involved on... Yeah.
So the things that you're getting ready to bring up, they're still a part of the retainer?
Still part of the retainer.
Okay.
This is all retainer. We do work on personnel issues, working with your assistant superintendent for human resources. We handle EEOC charges. We actually have a separate labor and employment lawyer, Richard Rainey, who handles EEOC charges and deals with those as part of our engagement letter and part of our retainer services that are part of that flat fee. We do a lot of work with a lot of your cabinet staff. Lynn Reimer, who's sitting next to me, is talking to Sarah on almost a daily basis on a lot of issues. I'll give some examples. We got a lot of student issues. We get questions about custody and who's allowed to pick up students. Afterwards, we get subpoenas to our staff to appear in court or produce documents. We get public records requests. We get issues involving transportation. We do a lot of EC issues. You just heard about one that we were asked to weigh in on, this issue about EC transportation, but we're often giving advice on IEP meetings. We will attend IEP meetings if the parents are bringing lawyers. All of that's covered under the fixed fee. We also do a lot of work on policies. As you know, we attend all the policy committees. I see Sue Burns there, who we're talking with on a regular basis, looking at the updates coming from the policies to lead the school subscription service, but also working on updating our own policies, talking with the superintendent and Sue about any policy changes that need to be implemented. And we do a lot of work with contracts. Under board policy, we review all contracts that are over $250,000. We spent quite a bit of time working on contracts in a lot of different spheres. You may recall we did a lot of work with the Memorandum of Understanding with the law enforcement officers. Recently, Sarah was working with Tara Natras on the Head Start contracts and spent a lot of time on a better contract implementation there. We review the Dell leases and give an opinion letter, work with Kelly on that front. We've worked with contracts with various service providers. I've worked with Jason on reviewing agreements for the different technology providers. So there's a lot of work on the contract side. Again, everything I'm describing so far is all in that fixed fee. We also do annual training. We do training sessions for all new teachers, and existing teachers are invited to come. We also do a presentation at the Leadership Academy each year on evolving legal issues. We also attend and handle grievance hearings. We give some advice on grievances before they come to the board, and then we would sit with the board in those grievance hearings and give advice on how to handle grievances. And that's, let's see, Sarah gave me a list of other things she's worked with just on a regular basis. So, and working with Ronnie Boone and Kelly and Glenda on public records requests that we receive from a variety of things for personnel records or other financial information. So I think that's just a sample. Most of those things are all things we would have done in the last month, for example. These are regular, ongoing things. Then when other events come along, we get involved on a particular issue that we may be dealing with that takes more time. Those are all billed on a flat fee. We submit an itemized list of all the time spent and who we've worked with. That goes to Kelly and the superintendent every month, so they see what we're working on. I've got copies of a number of those if there are questions about it. That fee has been fixed.
That doesn't go to the board chair? It doesn't go to the...
It doesn't. Yeah, I think in the past, when the board chairs have requested it, and I guess, I don't think.
Probably.
It's not a normal process to send it to the board chair.
Right. It's not automatically sent to the board chair.
And I don't know if Blake was involved in that process before me. He never
I don't think we sent it to Blake. I think years ago we used to, some board chairs wanted to see it, so I think there probably was a time where it was sent to the board chair. I have no problem sending the copies to the board chair as well, if you'd like to see it. That fee, as you can see in this chart, it was $21,000. We reduced it to $18,100 way back in 2010, and it's been flat and has stayed the same since that time. So for the last 6 years, with the one exception of what we refer to as the hard year that I know Kelly, I think, mentioned earlier, the 2011-2012 year was a very difficult year. Kelly asked if we could share the pain with some of the other staff that were getting cuts. And we did drop our retainer fee that year down to $16,100 and then moved it back up. And I'll note that, and frankly, when you look at the hours, which I do on a monthly basis, we are spending more time than we used to. Part of that's just growth of the system. We're a bigger system than we were 6 years ago, as you know from the board members. But I haven't wanted to. We used to have, we'd increase it on what appeared to be almost an annual basis, and in our judgment, I've wanted to just keep that keep that flat and try to provide the services. You may be wondering, why not just do it on an hourly basis? Once upon a time, most of this was hourly. I think there are two reasons that we shifted to a flat fee basis. One is I think it is easier for Kelly because she gets to budget at an exact amount every month and she can work it into the annual budget you prepare. And it can be hard to say, oh, we have some months that are a lot busier. August is always a very busy month for us because we're doing all the training sessions, and the beginning of the school year there tends to be a lot of new questions that come up. Other months, the summer months, tend to be, when I say summer, I'm talking May and June, tend to be a little quieter because the kids aren't in session. We're not getting that daily phone call of issues. The other reason is really a loss prevention reason. As we were talking, and this goes back a number of years with the superintendent and other cabinet members, there was a concern that if we're billing every minute like a typical lawyer, there may be a reluctance to call. Frankly, we want Lynn to call if she's got a question about a custody issue or a subpoena and not say, well, I'd call, but that's going to be another $50. I'll just figure it out. And I think it is a better system to kind of have a call when you need a call. It's kind of an all-you-can-eat model, so that people need help, they're encouraged to call rather than worrying about it's going to be another notch up. So that's why we've moved to that, and we could certainly modify or change that, but we've been on that flat fee for now quite some time. The other piece is what's listed in your chart as non-retainer, and that really covers three primary areas: construction, real estate, and litigation. And I'll talk briefly about those. First, let me say, you may say, well, why are those carved out? And at one point, we were doing some of the construction work actually under a retainer. We carved it out for two reasons. One is, when we pulled it out, we were at a stage where we had gone from a high growth stage to where we weren't doing a lot of building. And so there was a thought that maybe that would be reduced. Also, that is pretty variable. So when we're in the middle of doing a school work, our construction and real estate folks are busy looking at contracts, looking at RFPs, doing all that bidding work. When we're not building, there isn't as much work there. And you'll see that that non-retainer bill jumps all over. It was $100 one month, and it's other months where I think the highest was $60,000 or $69,000. I'll talk about that month in a minute. So it's a big variation. The other reason that Kelly thought it would be useful to have it billed separately is oftentimes those can be worked into project fees. So these are capital projects. So just like your architect is not paid out of your ongoing expenses, your operating expenses, that gets worked into the project. The county pays for the architect when they're paying for the high school. A lot of the construction and real estate fees can be paid the same way. So we felt rather than lumping it into operating fees, by doing it separately gives Kelly the option, particularly where it's a large amount, to say we're going to include that as part of that building fee. What are construction and real estate? I actually have two partners that do most of that work, and so you don't see them here very often because they're mainly working with Dave Burnett or Tim Lauder or Chuck Taylor. Ken Michael is a licensed architect who spent his whole career doing construction. He reviews the RFPs. He works on the contracts, not just with the architects, but with your general contractors, what your specifications are. He also does a lot of work. He's got an expertise in public bidding. He spent a lot of time in the last couple months looking at your lawnmower contract. We had a potential contested bid from some of the lawnmower companies, and he worked a lot with Chuck Taylor to get that resolved without anyone filing a bid protest. But he's not a guy that you see very often here at these board meetings. I've come to a couple over the years, but he's our construction attorney. Phil Runkle is the primary real estate attorney that I use. And real estate, we group it separately internally. That is really doing the deeds, the filings, the paperwork. Phil was doing a lot of work last month negotiating with a developer to get an easement for the new Odell School, and the board's familiar with that. We were able to get that done and resolved without having to pay any money for that situation. But it is doing the drafting work, working with people, dealing with easements, acquisitions, and working closely with your own excellent construction staff to try to facilitate those processes. Those are kind of, most months there's at least some construction or real estate in that non-retainer number. But you'll see that, there's kind of a typical month of, $6,000, $8,000.
Did you attend the closings too? Was that?
I don't think, we don't have a lot of formal closings. I guess and that's I'm looking at Dave Burnett. I'm trying to think, is that something that, is there a physical closing that Phil attends? Because I don't even know if he's. Okay.
In some cases, we have had closings.
Okay. But I think those are fairly rare. And I should say too, because you as a board don't see a lot of this, I encourage you to talk to staff. Talk to Lynn and talk to Dave and Tim Louder and Kelly and the other folks. And, if you've got questions about the services we're providing, whether we're doing a good job, bad job, and likewise, I invite staff to give feedback. Obviously, our arrangement's ultimately with you, but we're trying to provide quality service to everyone involved. The last area I wanted to talk about is litigation, because I know when, at least, it was interesting to look at Kelly's chart over 6 years. You can say, boy, we got some months that are just huge fees and others that are very small, and it varies a lot year to year. Why is that? So I went back and researched, and it's litigation that's the primary driver of those fees. So that big month I mentioned, the $69,000, which I saw in February of 2012, was actually a special education trial that lasted over a week. Sarah and I were in trial the whole time. And so there was a lot of fees associated with that. We won. The court found that we had handled the student appropriately. We got a complete verdict in favor of the school system, but that was a very busy month for us. Two other big things that are multi-month issues that are on here. One was the budget dispute with the county. We spent, and Kelly's nodding, and I know some of you, Barry, you were there for a lot of it. We had, I think it was a total of 3 or 4 sessions with the county. We did a lot of work getting ready for that. We actually drafted a lawsuit, so we were ready to go and file suit against the county. And we had a lot of back and forth. This was back in the day when our relationship with the county was more strained than it is today. And we presented a budget. We were within budget on that. We knew that was going to be expensive, but it was over $100,000 in total fees. But we got, we got an agreement with the county, and some of it was capital and otherwise, but it was over $7 million money we wouldn't have ultimately had under the agreement we reached. So I think if you look at you spent money on legal fees, we got ready, we had attorneys, they had attorneys, but we got a lot of return. If you're looking at return on investment for those legal fees, I think it was a good outcome. The last one, and many of you, may be more familiar with this, we had the Office of Civil Rights launch an investigation into disciplinary practices. And we spent a lot of time, and again, I'm looking at Sue because she did fantastic work for your system. I think devoted a month of her life to helping Sarah prepare a document over 100 pages, maybe 200 or 300 pages of information. That took a lot of time to prepare, but the result was excellent. They determined they were not going to do any further investigation, and we were in compliance. And I think saved, we were budgeting, maybe $500,000 in legal fees if you had to go through a full discovery process with investigation. So again, I think good result, but you had to spend some money responding to that. Some of you may be saying, why are we paying these litigation expenses? Aren't we members of the school board trust that provides coverage? And we are. There's a trust which is really a risk-sharing pool. So a lot of systems in the state, not all, participate in that school board trust. It's operated through the School Board Association. We pay fees to do that, and they're partially risk-based in terms of our experience with them, but they cover a lot of lawsuits, particularly personal injury suits. A student falls on the playground and hits their head, they'll appoint an attorney to defend us. But they don't cover investigations like the federal investigation. They don't cover complaints like the EC complaint that relate to services and are not complaints for money. They don't cover the dispute we had with the board. So really, most of the litigation we've handled at Womble Carlisle is mainly not through the trust. If the trust will provide an attorney, obviously you don't need to pay us to do that. We do have a $5,000 deductible. And I think actually on this chart that Kelly's prepared, you'll see a $5,000 fee paid in the last couple of years, 13, 14, and 2015, which represents a deductible that we've paid. I actually believe our experience in terms of the number of lawsuits against our board given the size of our system, I'm confident in saying is very low compared to a lot of other systems. I'm a member of the North Carolina Council of School Attorneys. I served on their executive council. I'm a member of the state education section of the bar. I've got good relationships with school board attorneys throughout the state, and I really think we're pretty fortunate in the relatively low incidence of litigation that we face. But that's what the School Board Association is there for. And again, once we pay our $5,000, they're providing those attorneys so you don't see fees from them. I wanted to touch on just a couple other things. I'm reluctant to take much more time, particularly on a basketball night. But there were a few other things that are on this sheet. Well, before I get to the sheet too, you had asked me at our work session, what about the work that Merritt White does in connection with fines and forfeitures? I talked to him and have confirmed he's actually paid directly by the county, and I think Kelly's actually asked so we can figure out what fees they've paid. But in talking to him and looking at the numbers, I was pleased to hear that Merritt indicated that we're the third most collections of fines and forfeitures of any county in the state, only behind Charmeck and Wake, which is outstanding, and it's $1.2 million or so a year that we're getting through fines and forfeitures. My impression is you're well served there, but because the county has taken that money, they agreed to pay that directly, so that we're not getting a bill, we're not seeing a bill there, and I know Kelly's going to find out how much you paid him. We were thinking about, have we paid any other attorneys, and you have paid a few other attorneys on some special examples, and I thought I might, if you see the bottom corner of this chart that Kelly handed out, you'll see each of the last 4 years it looks like we've paid some payment to Campbell Shatley. That's Chris Campbell, a lawyer in Asheville, who I think highly of, and we have brought him in primarily on personnel appeals to the board. So, as you know, I'm the board attorney. If we've got a teacher saying that, for example, they were wrongfully terminated or wrongfully disciplined, and they've got an attorney, the superintendent really needs an attorney. So someone would represent the superintendent and your HR director saying, we think we took proper action. If I'm the board attorney, I can't take sides, as it were, on was this the right thing to do with the employee or the wrong thing to do. I'm advising you on what the law is. So where we've had that situation, and it doesn't happen that often, we've brought another attorney in to represent the superintendent, and that's often been Chris Campbell. I think at one time, Jill from the Brooks Pierce firm, Jill Wilson, you'll see in 14-15 she came, and I think was one time it came as well. So, and yeah, years back, we've used Jill Wilson on occasion as well. She's in Greensboro with the Brooks Pierce firm, another school attorney that I know, and we've presented at conferences, et cetera. So those are the main things. There is, I know you recorded the architect settlement and edifice. I don't know if you want to address that at all, but that was a construction dispute where we handled. So Kelly, for an accounting perspective, took a charge on those legal fees and then took the money that we got. They agreed to pay us our fees, a portion of them as part of the settlement, so we recouped that. But that was a dispute where we represented you in a dispute with the architect back in 2012-13. I think that's most of the items that are here in terms of attorneys that you've used and what your total legal spend is. I know one of the things you want to talk about, and you need to decide, is doing an RFP or what the process is. The law doesn't call for an RFP. Most systems, in my experience, don't have a regular RFP. The board's certainly free to do it. You're free to choose whatever school attorney you want to do. I would suggest that it be based on quality of representation, much like an architect. We don't pick an architect going to the lowest bidder, and that actually is by statute. And I think there's a recognition that designing these schools is an important task. We don't necessarily want the absolute cheapest person designing the school. So, and you spend millions of dollars on architects. I think have been well served. You've had great architects doing the work here, but it isn't driven by a cost decision of we got to find the cheapest architect. And I really think I would urge you to think about legal services in the same way. You need to get value, and you're entitled to get value. You want to make sure you're paying a fair price. But I also think quality needs to be a factor. And we've tried to provide good quality, and I know, I've talked to you, we do hire an outside firm to periodically do reviews, and a couple of months ago, they contacted Barry, who gave us 10 out of 10 on some of the criteria, and I think at least indicated a high level of satisfaction. Obviously, it's individual board members. The chair's the person that we have the survey company call. That's just part of our quality assurance process to try to make sure we're being responsive to our clients' needs and doing what we can to provide, quality service over the years. So I'm happy to answer questions about that or go into more detail on items if you want me to, but that's kind of a history of what we do and kind of some of the items on the chart that Kelly put together.
And just to toss in, one of your competitors, and I mean a competitor, recently gave you high marks, a very high compliment in terms of the quality of Womble Carlisle and the services you provide. So there's no doubt in my mind that the quality of the work that you do individually or as a team with Womble Carlisle is top notch. It truly is.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Mark, and thank you, Kelly, for putting this together for us. Appreciate it. Board members, I'll turn it over to anyone who has a comment. We didn't have a lot of time to prepare for this because when I got back, I hustled off the conversation to Mark and to Kelly to try to see if they could pull something together for us for tonight. But I thought this would at least be a good start.
Do we have a copy of the actual contract we have with you? I've not seen one.
Yeah, you've got, and I'd be happy to give it to you. It's actually, the last engagement letter is kind of an ongoing engagement letter, so it's 5 years old. It's probably, I don't think we've had a policy committee. I've drafted you had suggested, Rob, maybe a bigger explanation in our board attorney policy about what the attorneys do. And I've actually covered some of the things I talked about tonight in that, and it is in our engagement letter. I'm happy to circulate it. I'm happy to give you a kind of a current version too, because as I looked at it from 5 years ago, we've added some services that we're doing as part of that retainer that aren't even in the written letter that was signed by the board chair 5 years ago. So it's not, and it just says it'll continue until either we cancel or the board cancels. So the current contract is just an ongoing engagement letter. But given that a lot of you weren't even on the board at that time, I think it's appropriate, and I would propose bringing you a new letter, to look at that spells out the services in writing and for you to act on.
All right.
Does the list of services you provided, that include I don't think I'm using the phrase right, the class action involvement where certain districts have pursued action against the state and are piggybacking along with those individuals? Well, that's not a separate category, is it?
I did not mention, thank you, Mr. Harrison. I didn't mention that. That's where the school board, instead of being sued, is actually suing. We've sued the state in connection and joined 90 other districts in a lawsuit that Rob Malone is actually the attorney handling that. We'll pay a 1/90th of those legal fees at the end, or it may actually be pro rata based on recovery. But it'll be, I think, a small amount given the number of districts. So that is another lawsuit. We did have some involvement in that in terms of assessing whether to do it, and I actually approached Rob at the school attorneys conference about whether other districts were joining in. So that is he is representing us as well as all these other districts there. So I didn't mention that, but that is another lawsuit. I think on a fee basis, I expect that to be very small given how many other districts are sharing in that cost. And I'm very hopeful it'll be a net recovery because they're trying to get money that we think we're owed from the state.
I noticed there's not any, the information that we have is not provided in a PowerPoint. Is it attached to the agenda item somewhere? Or the fee?
They didn't have enough time to put this in.
Okay.
It happened, I think Kelly put this together today because I connected with Chris this weekend when I discovered this was on the agenda. So.
Well, I'm looking at a different fee document that has different fees for different districts, et cetera, and it just shows that our retainer is $18,000 per month, and there are other districts that are similar to ours that are something like $1,500 per month, and just kind of pretty wide variance of fees, and that's the one that we probably need some updating and maybe some totals. I think you and I spoke about it yesterday. Total attorney fees, because right now it looks like, from my just kind of rough estimate, we're paying about a little, just shy of $500,000 a year, 452 roughly for the last 4 years, and I didn't include this year, which it seems like we're outpacing. Well, we're pacing it right about that. So anyway, I just think that information probably should be maybe attached to the agenda item for if we talk about it at the business meeting, or just so we can be open in our,
Well, yeah.
or is that privileged? I'm sorry. Is that,
No. The matrix that was provided as quickly as possible to get the board some kind of information. It has gaps on it, as we well know, and
I got you. Well, Ms.
we
Carpenter,
just didn't have time to get all the.
I know you were. I think you were enjoying your visit, but I think Ms. Carpenter, we first discussed this maybe at the last meeting a month ago, or whatever, 3.5 weeks ago. So just it wasn't. I'm not pointing fingers at you or anybody else. Just that had several weeks to kind of put together some information that paying just shy of $500,000 on legal fees, which is good number of teachers.
One question, what is the difference between an RFQ and RFP?
Yeah, so an RFP would be a request for proposal. RFQ is a request for quote. For services, you typically would do an RFP, or request for proposal.
Okay.
So that would be, a quote would typically be a purchase of an item, or quotation? Quotation. Qualifications. You're talking about
Request for qualifications is RFQ. RFP is request for proposal.
Because we are asked for for qualifications, are we not? With the attorney, we're asking for qualifications.
Well, if you just want to
You're
get.
also asking for a proposal on what services they're going to provide.
I mean, I think you're thinking like a request for qualifications, like for architects, where you're just asking for their experience qualifications without any price information. Right. I mean,
And that's what we're
you
going
could
to be
potentially.
doing basically for an attorney. We're asking for their qualifications. We're not asking for a price at this point because we're one. Because don't you normally go out after you get their qualifications and then come back and say, okay, we're wanting them to get the price? Because then you kind of basically look at the qualification. Because isn't it kind of the same way with a attorney? You're going to look at what kind of qualifications they've got.
You could do it that, I mean, there isn't a standard process for attorneys, so you could do that if you wanted to, say, submit qualifications without, a pricing proposal and then try to decide who you wanted to talk to further. I mean, I don't think there's a reason you couldn't do that. I can't say it's typical, but I don't know that there's a standard process. I mean, in my experience, typically where there's a change, the board's decided they're not happy with their current attorney and they ask for invitations for other attorneys to
And they put
submit
out for
proposals.
prices there?
Sometime. I mean, I think it's really up to the board. If you want to go, you could go down either route if that's something you wanted to do.
I think it's up to us if we can do a request for qualifications just to see
Because basically,
who's out there.
I would think you would want to know the qualifications.
Well, and, part of, I guess, the request for proposal could include some section of qualifications so we could probably combine those two and then just decide from there. I don't think like you said, it's up to us. If we don't want to do two separate processes, we could probably just go request for proposal and make sure that proposal had some qualification language in it. When is the last time that we did either a request for proposal or a request for qualifications for attorney services?
I don't believe one's ever, I don't think, we were not selected through one. We were handling litigation for the board, and the board asked us to become their regular counsel. And that was, I believe, right around 1990. And there has not been either request for quotation, request for proposal since that time. So it's been at least 26 years, I think, since that's been done.
And then back in the 2007, 2008, there was a significant jump in the retainer fee. What did that involve? Well, I don't know who else was on the board at that time, but were you?
Don't look at me, I
We
wasn't there then. Well, let's see, 7? Was that what, yeah, maybe I was.
There's the event
I
right
think,
there.
yeah, I think that's,
Carolyn
I'm
got on
looking
the
at
board
Kelly.
and the fees.
I think,
We own it no matter what, so we today own whatever that history was.
There had to be some justification or some reasoning to change the way things were.
I believe what we had done was, I think it was a combination of, I think we added some items that were not, and I'm trying to remember, it was construction, it was a chunk of it that got added in, and we put in the $21,000 retainer, construction was in that amount. So that routine construction work, I think there was some frustration. As you see in that, it was moving, the non-retainer amounts were moving around a lot. And so there was an effort to shift it more into retainer and have the non-retainer be a smaller variation. So we increased the retainer. Then construction slowed down as part of the recession. We took that back out and moved it from, that's what dropped it from 21 down to 18. So I'd have to go do other research to see what other services changed. I'm trying to remember when we started doing the regular annual trainings. We also went from attending one board meeting a month to 2. And I know early on, we were just doing one board meeting a month, just the business meeting. And we weren't doing retreats or anything else. And so that was added in and we increased it. I don't remember if this is that time though, but I know that was a change. And obviously that's something the board can change. If you said the 18,000 is too high, what can we cut out? We can certainly give you a proposal to say, we'll come to less board meetings, or we'll do less with HR, or we'll do less with staff or other stuff, or, again, if you want to revise it, that would be, I see Kelly grimacing at me, but we could, there would be, we could talk about reducing some of the services that we provide, if that's the wish of the board.
I'm not sure if anybody else has ever set eyes on a RFP or RFI, but the examples I've seen have been like 20 pages of painfully intricate, precise questions answered kind of yes or no or within a range, and then scored and calculated in a way, and then allowed for a very balanced or meticulous kind of scoring of the groups that did make or provide the information, who were in the running to fulfill the whole process. So when we talk about RFI, request for information or request for whatever, it would have to be a very templated, again, intricate process in my mind, not just a letter from the firms. So we need to know what we're getting into here, and it sounds like it would take a lot of person power or person hours to actually compile and get all the stuff going. So we actually had a good comparison. So if anybody's got some real experience of these things in the real world, we need to have that discussion.
I don't think we have a clue what we're getting ready to get into.
Yeah.
I think
That might have been a better way of saying what I was rambling
May want
about.
to start with policy, have a policy in place on exactly what services we require first.
Well, the RFQ or the RFP process, we're not the first one to maybe go through that. So I think that, in a lot of cases, starting with what someone else has done is a pretty good jumping off point as far as that process. I don't think it'll quite be the bear that Mr. Furr thinks it will be if we rely on others that have gone through that process. But to not bid services for 26 years is a little concerning for me. I think that we need to really think long and hard about going through this process. Once every 26 years is not too bad, is it,
And we do
Mr.
it
Furr?
for our accountants, we do it for our CPA, And, you know, we do that, look at that about every 3 to 5 years. And I mean, just to double check, we know we've got something, excuse me, I'm sorry, I don't have me. I mean, it's not, I mean, just to know that we are comparable, or that we know that we are within line, or to make sure that we do know that we looking to see where we are. That was one reason I wanted to get the numbers from the other surrounding ones. So if nothing else, maybe form us a subcommittee of some of our board members. I love the little subcommittees. Subcommittees tonight.
We're going to put you on that subcommittee, Ms. Carpenter.
No, but what I'm saying, guys, to look at this and put together, as Vince had mentioned, maybe even check with some of our counties that maybe recently did this. They may have a RFP or RFQ they put together already that we could use. But also to kind of do some comparisons, to look at this so we don't have to reinvent the wheel. That's a thought. But then too, use that same subcommittee after we would get the RFPs back to interview or whatever that we wanted to do using that same subcommittee. That's what we did when we did architects. We used a small subcommittee group to narrow it down, then brought the recommendation to the full board when we had it narrowed down to three people, 3 individual groups and things like that. But that's only a suggestion.
A real fiduciary responsibility to review this on a periodic basis, and in effect, there hasn't been any competition for this business for all these years. Great service in many ways and quality of representation notwithstanding, there hasn't been any process in place to review or see what else is out in the market. And I think I'm echoing Ms. Carpenter's point of view that it can't hurt to check out whatever options might be, or to have a process in place for future boards to follow.
All right, so I've heard a suggestion about putting together a subcommittee. Ms. Carpenter, are you making a motion? Or, because there's really nothing else we can do. This was, again, an item for discussion. And so to move forward with this discussion, I know that we wanted to fill in the blanks on the matrix that we did get. There were still some missing components on that, and I do need to hear from you guys as to what you think we're missing on that particular matrix.
Totals for the districts that were on the sheet that was given to us. I'd like for this sheet to be made public. I don't think it's very open to not make this public. We're all kind of looking at it, and the information we were given was not made public. So I think that filling in those blanks, and then would it not just carry over to, or we have to have a motion to carry it over to the business meeting?
Yeah, this was just a discussion item, so it had no action on it. So we have to create an action to carry it over to the next meeting, and then we have to decide what we want to do next. So
make a motion to follow Ms. Carpenter's lead, and regardless of what it comes back, the blanks are filled in. I still agree that I feel like there's a responsibility to financially look at some sort of a comparison, and I think that an RFP is appropriate. So I'll agree with Ms. Carpenter and move that we create a attorney RFP subcommittee. Is that accurate?
And I would like to return the favor to Ms. Carpenter from her earlier suggestions, and second Mr. Powell's motion. Know that Ms. Carpenter's experience and insight and the history that you know would be very useful in that subcommittee, Ms. Carpenter.
What are you saying, David? Just say.
I'm buttering you up, Carolyn. That's as simple as it gets.
Mr. Powell has made a motion to create an attorney RFP subcommittee. Is there a second to his motion? Oh, David actually seconded it?
Yeah, he was seconding it.
All right. Is there
I make
any more discussion on this
Yeah,
particular?
I'd like to just interject. I'd like this particular subcommittee to also consider the option of hiring our own attorney in-house. I'd like to at least see a comparison of our school district to the school districts who do have one. I mean Charlotte-Mecklenburg has one, but okay, they're 5 times our size. So what is the smallest school district in the state that has its own attorney, and are we approaching that size? So I'd like you to expand the scope to at least consider that option.
And I think the cost.
Does that need a second also?
associated with it, whether it's setting up a library.
Yeah,
I mean,
so,
there's
investigate,
concepts.
I guess reach out, as part of this, then reach out to those school districts and say, all right, how much does it really cost you? You know, it's just like, this number for the 217,000, that's not just their salaries, that's, you know, Social Security and retirement funds and insurance and whatever professional liability insurance that you have to have as an attorney, I don't know, but travel and all that. So we would have to do the same for someone in-house. So we need to make sure we compare apples to apples.
We do have a paralegal too. I didn't mention Carla but we don't charge. I mean, that fee covers all the overhead and secretary and paralegal and everything else is part of that flat retainer for us. So, right.
What I'm afraid is going to come out of this is Mark's going to get a pay raise.
Be careful what you wish for, right?
We have a motion
the process, though.
to create an attorney subcommittee. There was I believe, a friendly amendment to the motion by Dr. Phillips to include in that subcommittee the opportunity to investigate whether we should hire locally in-house counsel. So that pretty much stretches the scope of that subcommittee.
Say local, you just said in-house.
Well, in-house, yeah. Well, in-house means that they're going to be here.
They
But locally is different thing, but which is.
Well, it's in-house. It's local to the district. Right. And it's not a firm, it's a person or persons. Yes.
Certainly, you can take your vote, but I do need, so I've heard a couple of times that the matrix that was put together was not appropriate or adequate or what you wanted as a board. I am the person that received that request to gather that information, and the request simply said, can you get surrounding LEA legal fees? And so I developed 10 questions based on our experience, and I went to 9 other systems. So you have 10 LEAs in one county represented there. They all do it differently. So it's very non-comparable, if that's even a statement. And so if you're asking me to do this work again, and that sounds like what you're asking me to do, I need very specific instruction on what you need, because obviously I didn't do it the way that you wanted me to do.
I think it wasn't so much that you didn't do it the way you wanted, but in the end, because there was no apples-to-apples comparison, and because they are so broadly different, some of the things that help you understand apples to apples is how much were they spending for legal costs overall, and can they even give us that information? I think that you are able to pull it out of your accounts, and you have it set up in such a way that you can get that data pretty quickly. I would hope the others would have theirs.
No, sir, it takes, this is a spreadsheet that I have kept since before I was actually here. And so what I did today was update the information based on, because the board asked that I update it. So I've been accumulating this for 15 years.
Oh. I didn't
And
realize
so when I've contacted all of these finance officers, they have to go and dig this information out or ask their staff to do that. And we will certainly do it, and finance officers and people that work with us are usually very free to share the information, because we always need their help and they always need our help. But I really would prefer that we not go to them 2 or 3 different times. I'd like to go to them one time, say exactly what I need, and ask for that information, because they're busy too.
Right. Okay, well, thank you. And basically, I think from most of what I heard from the board members was that they really wanted to see what the total exposure to their districts, each of the districts, were as far as their legal expenses, and that, because I mean, when you look at Union County spends X amount of dollars for a couple, 3 lawyers and a paralegal, but when they did their suit against their county, they hired a separate law firm just to do the suit. And what else goes on like that? Because when you have in-house counsel, you're still having to hire some type of other attorney to support you on the sidelines, because the in-house counsels aren't so, are specialized or somewhat generalists, and so they don't handle specialized activities. They don't do everything. They're not equipped to do everything. So, and so in EC cases, you just have to get an attorney that's specialized in certain areas, and then you have to augment with contracts. So we would still have to do, even if we hired in-house, we'd still have to have some RFPs for some contracts with different firms to support ourselves.
Would the request from Ms. Klutz, would that be appropriate for that subcommittee to meet first and then make sure that whatever information we need for the RFP, as well as from any number of staff, including Ms. Klutz, could be very specific? Would that be appropriate? So no work yet until the committee meets.
I think that would be a great scope for that committee to flesh out what it is they really want to ask, so that they can ask better questions, and they may want to include more districts in the questionnaire, including in the School Board Association. So,
do we need volunteers for the committee?
we will. So
I'll
right
volunteer.
now we have to go through the motion. So with the amendment to look into it hiring locally, I would ask now, is there any more discussion? If there's not, then let's vote on the motion. All in favor of creating a committee to look into not only an attorney RFP, but to look at looking at hiring an attorney for the school district to be paid out of local funds. All in favor of that motion, say aye. Aye. Oppose? All right, that motion carries 7-0. All right, so we'll put that on the agenda, and I will be talking with you all about who will be on the committee. So, all right, items for consideration for our next business, for our other business meeting are the budget amendment. Ms. Klutz.
Okay, so we have 3 budget amendments to review today. The first one being our federal budget amendment. If you'll just glance over those, you can see that they are reclasses of, the first 2 are reclasses, and the third one, and I'm sorry, Kelly, can you help me? The third one is additional Title I funds that we received, and that's just an adjustment between planning allotment and actual allotment as we have progressed through the year. And then you can see, again, for our improving teacher quality, again, they adjust the planning allotment versus the actual, where you're seeing the 1,465 removed. And then we received an additional, at the bottom, some workshop expenses funds for teachers and administrators to view effective practices at our preschool and kindergarten classes. So that's the federal budget. If you have a budget amendment, if you have questions about that. Before we move on to the next one is is our capital budget amendment. So we've been working with the county. We've mentioned a couple of times already that the county approved some capital expenditures, and that first category are those capital expenditures going into our budget that we talked about earlier today. This second category or group is most of the construction budget for Mount Pleasant Middle School. There are a few items that the county will allocate cash for. This reflects the money that they borrowed using lobs, and there's some things that they will pay cash for. And so there was some initial cash influx, and then they did the lobs for most of it, and then they'll give some more cash later on, and I think that's slated for January of 2017. So right now, the project total for Mount Pleasant is the $35,721,824 in those categories that are listed. We had some land costs budgeted, and the land was less expensive than what we originally anticipated, so we're able to decrease the land account and put that money in other places. And the Royal Oaks Elementary School replacement is on the bottom. Those are the categories in which the county has allocated funds, again using the lobs. There will be additional cash dollars allocated in January, and that'll come to you at that time. Questions about the construction of the capital budgets amendments? Okay. And the final, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So we did get the 530 for the solar panels?
The money is budgeted. It is there. This board has to decide whether to take that or not, but it is budgeted.
So they did give it to us?
They did budget it for us.
Oh, okay.
So do we have to take special action on that, or?
I believe you do need to take action because we did not take action before, correct? It's in the budget.
Y'all put it forward as an option to the commissioners, so I don't know. You have to take.
We didn't
You address that.
Oh.
I mean, we gave it as an option.
It was in the bid, and it was one of the bids that was recommended, and when it went to lobs, they borrowed the money for it. The money's available, but we did not ask them for that money at this time due to your comments at the last meeting. So it's just in limbo.
So can we put that on the agenda for next week or next month if you need to wait?
So how are we doing a budget amendment if that money's not available to us?
It's just like any other line item. They allocate the money in a specific line item for a specific purpose.
Right.
And if you choose not to do that specific purpose, then they'll take the money back.
Oh, okay.
Or they'll adjust it to contingency, whichever.
Exactly. Whatever we ask them to do.
Okay.
Well, we agreed to do.
All right. Well, do we want to, is there a motion to add that to the agenda because we have to make a formal motion to include that since we offered it up as an option only? Okay.
Why don't we take care of Kelly's
Thank you.
first, and then we can
we'll
address
go
that
back.
after we.
Yep. All right.
So the final budget amendment is our fund that we put our grants and those types of things in, Fund 8. And what you're seeing there is an adjustment. In the I-3 Inspire grant, there was dollars allocated for transportation, and so we're wanting to reimburse our transportation department for providing transportation that was allowed in the I-3 grant, and we'll be able to ultimately buy another bus with the money that the grant. So we're really truly reimbursing the transportation department for the service that they provided, but once we get those dollars, we can purchase a bus if we want to.
Yeah, that was the summer after-school program, is that?
The I-3 is STEM program. Okay, so we're just, reimbursing the transportation department for that in line with what their grant allows, and then there's an additional $5,000 that was awarded for the Confucius grant. And that's all I have as far as budget amendments.
Consent agenda? Okay. We have 8.02 Summer EOC Test Administrations. Mr. Allred?
Put this on?
You just push it down, you don't have to pull it.
Got that.
Glad it was you and not me.
Apparently I have really strong fingers. So I was looking for an icebreaker to come up, so I guess I found it. So DPI has given us, yeah, it's in there somewhere. I'll find it later. DPI has given us the opportunity to do a second administration for students who get a 1 or a 2 but pass the course with biology, English 2, or math 1. This is something we'll be able to do within budget. We'll utilize our summer school funds that we already do for credit recovery, but it does require that local board approves our plan. So I want to go through the memos and the guidance we've gotten from DPI, our plan, and give you some opportunity to ask any questions. So the guidelines we have must occur after the regular academic year, but before June 30. We get to repeat elements of a course, but not the whole course. You know, when students fail a course and they do credit recovery, they have to retake the course elements of it, but this is for students who actually pass the course. So it's different from credit recovery and it's different from retaking a course. It's voluntary participation, so we would have to invite families to participate. The test scores, this is the kicker, I think, is the reason we want to do it. The test scores get to count towards our accountability goals. Not growth, but proficiency only. And proficiency for that portion of our school's performance grades counts for 80% of that part. Now, growth counts for 20% of that portion of the school's performance grades. So it's not a retest. DPI was very specific about that. Those of you who have been involved with boards for a while remember when we used to retest students, and DPI responded and was very specific that this is not a retest, it's a second administration. We have talked with principals about this, and they're on board. Of course, they want to do anything they can to increase their school's performance grades, which of course increases hopefully our district's performance grade as well. You can go to that next slide now, Kelly, thanks. Accountability, Matthew and his team pulled for us, and Kelly, how many students from the fall would have qualified with a level 1 or 2 but passed the course. A little over 1,000 students. Given that, we've estimated we probably have about 2,000 students who would qualify, or at least 2,000 tests. I guess I should qualify that. If a student took biology and English 2, that could be 1 student with 2 tests. A conservative estimate of students who may participate, given it's an invitation and they get to choose that. They've already passed the course. They'd be coming back to try to improve their EOC score, which they don't need to pass. So we figure around 30% of students we might be able to entice to come back. And if we get about 25% of those to pass with a little bit of remediation coming back, that's about 170 kids, which of 2,000 failing, that's a tick under 10%. Many of our schools sit right on the cusp. We don't know where they're going to fall with those performance grades of, you know, a D to a C to a B to an A in a couple of our schools. So anything we can do to improve those scores, I think we would want to do. Can you go to that next slide, Kelly? So our plan is quite simple, is to identify the students. We already have the students from the fall. Accountability's done that for us. They pulled that data. We would have to pull the data pretty much in real time in the spring as students take their EOCs. So as they take them on the first day, we'd pull that and we can start doing that. Most difficult one will be for English 2 because we don't get those results for, you said 3 to 4 days. We figured 3 to 5 days we'd get those, which would be fine except for everybody on the last couple of days. In April and June, we would invite students to participate. Schools can begin right now recruiting the students who were non-proficient in the fall, and then they would do the same thing for students as they take their EOCs in June. We would utilize some of the blended learning courses that our teachers have developed and those from NCVPS. NCVPS actually just sent us the courses they have for release. We'll be able to upload those into our learning management system, Canvas. Students will be able to utilize that at home. Principals have already agreed to move summer schools to those first 2 weeks out, so students have access to computer labs at school as well. And we're going to be talking about other options and potential barriers and things at our next principal meeting. Schools are talking with their school improvement teams about ways to get students to come back. And then we would administer a second EOC on June 23rd to make sure that we get it in time before they're due on June 30. Which is the last day to have those in so that we can count those towards our proficiency. Short and sweet, and answer any questions you all have so we can move that to an action item for next week. Yes, sir.
Did I hear you correctly that, or am I reading this correctly, that a conservative estimate is that we would get maybe 25% bumped up from one grade to another, and is that good?
I think it's really good. You figure of the 1,051 students in the fall that were non-proficient, non-proficient could be anywhere from the first percentile, and depending on the test, I don't have this data, Matthew, you might be able to help me, but a non-proficient score, level 2, could be the 30th percentile, 40th percentile, 50th percentile. So students who are right on the cusp of that should do okay. But our students from the fall have been out of class for, an entire semester. Students in the spring are going to come up. A student who honestly doesn't know the material isn't going to do very well, isn't going to improve. But we know that students sometimes just have bad test days. You take all of the students who didn't score well, give them the same test again, just by the nature of a better test day or the option to do well or an incentive, to improve a grade. Some students may give that effort. So I use conservative estimates. I talked to the Java-like folks in my high school group from Region 6 and another group that included a number of school systems. People are all over the board with this, with the way that they're approaching it. We chose to kind of do it within budget. And I think offering the test to students conservatively, I think around 10% is good. I hope we do much better than that. But I think I wouldn't want to overinflate our anticipated number of students.
So I thought I heard you say that we would work with students to get a B up to an A or something. No. So I do want to clarify that.
Sure.
It would seem to be
schools' performance grades. So, our schools have those performance grades, the A, B, C, D, F. Yeah, the hope is that if we have enough students that tip that, and school level.
But we would, at this child level, at the student level,
Correct.
we would be working with the lower ends of those scores, but how should I say this delicately? We'll be working with the ones and the twos.
Students who are non-proficient, absolutely.
But not the threes and fours. We would not be allocating resources to the higher end students, only to the lower end students.
Yeah, this would only apply to students that were non-proficient and passed the course.
Will, a couple of logistics cost questions. Will we be providing breakfast? Can we provide breakfast?
We've not provided breakfast in the past to students who participate in a summer school program. And, we've tried to stay within, not for credit recovery. I don't know about elementary school, middle school. We've not for high school before, no.
Okay.
If the percentage of free and reduced students is high enough.
Okay.
Then you can.
Something tells me that we might hit
Sure.
that percentage.
Yeah, I'll talk to
for
Kelly about that
population.
for sure.
So is transportation provided?
No. The hope is that students will be able to do this from home, if possible, with either a checked-out computer or a computer at home or come in. But we have traditionally not offered transportation for any high school summer options either.
So obviously lunch is the same deal. If they have to take more than one and stay there through lunch, then free and reduced would play into that? We'll just lump it into that same question. Can they take multiple tests per day if they have 2 subject areas that they qualify in?
They either can take multiple tests per day, or we could schedule that for the rare student that does that. We could schedule them over 2 days. We could test one test on the Wednesday and one on the Thursday. So we could utilize the 22nd and the 23rd.
Have you considered consolidating campuses or give a campus choice for students, since it's basically virtual test administration?
We've not considered consolidating. We already have the folks that run our YES centers or credit recovery. There's already a budget that historically has been allocated a number of hours during the summer. The principals have just discussed shifting when they start those summer schools to earlier in the summer. So they've already got staff. They've already got that in place. So there's no real need to consolidate, because students that are participating in normal credit recovery will be there side by side.
Okay. What about options of schools if a student wanted to take a test at a different school than they were assigned for whatever reason? Is that at all an option?
We could look at that maybe as a hardship or a request. We've not typically offered to say you can test wherever. It's usually school you're assigned to your home school geographically.
Could first semester, you're handling these great, your first semester students that qualify, could time be built into the regular exam day in June for those to have some sort of remediation? You mentioned that that's kind of an issue, not an issue, but a potential concern is that they're 6 months or 5 months away from having taken that class.
My hope would be, if you guys can approve the plan for us to move forward, that our principals at our next principal meeting can go ahead and start identifying those students and getting resources in their hands now. Obviously, we can't do that for students who are taking the course right now, but we could, as soon as you say, yep, move forward with the plan, we could start with students now with that.
Okay.
Can you describe the support or the monitoring, for lack of a better word? To me, online training is great when a person, and usually a mature person, older person, is self-directed and has a goal ahead. But again, what I'm hearing is a lot of online stuff being done back at home. So can you explain how this plan covers the monitoring and the coaching to keep the kids on track and on task?
So to me, the hope is it's an invitational. It's to improve your grade. Students don't have to participate. We would want to incentivize that in some way. Principals are working with their school improvement teams and leadership teams to bring that to our next meeting about what that looks like. Students who choose to participate, the incentive or the monitoring is you're going to get a better grade if you perform and get that proficient score. Self-paced. Quite honestly, in the days when we used to retest without remediation, we saw increases of score with just a simple, I don't know if you remember we used to do this, but the students would test on one day, we'd get the scores back. We would remediate the next day at school. It could be 2 hours, 3 hours in the afternoon, and then they would retest on the third day. So this to me offers more option, a little bit more contact time. Truthfully, to stay within budget, which is no additional funding, to monitor students this year would be cost exorbitant. Go ahead.
I really think the point that you brought up, we're going after what's called test-retest theory. The idea that a test that's taken soon after another test had been given, there's a chance that the student will perform better, and there's a chance that the student will perform worse. This is not for the student that doesn't know the content, but like Mr. Allred said, just missed the question, a few questions on the test. In years past, when the state used to allow us to do a retest, sometimes we would see a 10 to 12% increase in our proficiency scores for the school, just based on that test-retest theory. So maybe that'll help. This is not a time where we're going to reteach the whole course. Just give them the opportunity to take the test again.
I move we accept it.
Sounds good to me. The one question I did have, again, the term is just 1 week? Is that, they have 1 week to?
We're going to start on the 13th, and it'll be 8 days, 7 days of instruction online, and then a test on the 23rd.
And there's no additional cost to us And then the incentive for the
And
student.
the test will be online. We had to put in a number of possible paper pencil tests for students that would meet the criteria for paper pencil tests with accommodations, but no.
But the incentive for the student, again, is just to improve a test score, just not, it's not going to improve their grade, it's not going to improve their GPA, or will it?
It'll improve their grade and their assessment score on that.
You go back and change.
Okay. Principal can grade and place students.
That was going to be my question. I understand what the incentive is for the school district. I was trying to understand what the incentive is for the student. The student can raise their GPA.
Yeah, and the schools are being tasked right now with coming up with those incentives with their school-based teams, because, one of the things you want to avoid is, you want to avoid an incentive or recruiting students to come do this with futile efforts. So that's why we task the teachers and the schools to come up with those incentives to do that. I think it's going to be very difficult. You've passed the course, you had a 1 or a 2, and we're asking you to come back to kind of help us. What can we do to do that for you? So I'm interested to hear what our principals come up with.
I think you'll have more come back because they passed the course. They just, so I forgot what I was going to ask you.
Cross our fingers.
Anyway.
Will this,
All we got to do is put it on the consent agenda, because this is for next week.
Move to put on consent. Withdraw my previous motion.
I'm going to turn the microphone off.
There you go. All right, we have Mr. Tim Furr will come on down, and he can talk to us about a small piece of property on Highway 73. Tim Furr, I mean Tim Louder. Is that your cousin?
What you got down here for?
I've been called worse.
I was going to say, what's Furr going to talk about?
Yeah. Gentlemen, this is just purely a straightforward easement agreement where we are acquiring the last piece of easement necessary at the Odell School. It's for the property across the street from where the entrance road will come in. It's on the adjacent property owner there, and it's just for the signalization poles, pretty much. We made the offer. They pretty much accepted the offer. It's just a matter of our side executing it as well.
So they're going to put a light, we're putting a light there, and there's also a light at the 73 intersection.
There's a signalization. Ours is a signalized intersection, full signalization.
Is it going to be shared by somebody else at some future point?
At the point in time, the developer obviously sharing our entrance, as we've talked about for quite a bit of time. But then, if this property owner develops their property across the street, they would use the entrance directly across from us, and yes, it would be a shared entrance.
Okay.
Any other discussion on this?
Consent.
Consent. All right. All right. I think that's a request for desperation. So let's adjourn for 5 minutes, and we'll come back. Recess. Recess for 5 minutes, and we'll come back. All right, we're returning from a short recess. Board members, we need to get a motion on this solar option since that came up during our budget discussion. If we want to talk about that in our next business meeting, as what Ms. Klutz conferred to us is because we didn't actually officially vote for it and we just passed it on as an option, we need to say, need to talk about it in our business meeting. Does someone want to make a motion so we can have this discussion?
Sure, I'll make a motion that we add the solar photovoltaic system for the new Royal Oaks to our agenda at the next week's meeting, and that we ask the superintendent to come up with a proposed text that would approve going forward with the project.
All right. Dr. Phillips has made a motion. Do I have a second to that? Second. All right. Mr. Harrison seconds it. Any discussion? This is just putting it on agenda, yeah. So all in favor of adding this to the next week's agenda, say aye. Aye. Oppose? All right, that motion carries 7-0. And that carries us to our final session, which is board member conduct. And this is related to an action on board member code of ethics. And Mr. Powell and the board had a discussion on March 14th about an email exchange that he had with an employee. And we talked with Mr. Powell about certain comments that he made in the emails, and in those comments, we felt the board generally felt like he overstepped his bounds as a board member by in those comments. I would first, before we begin the discussion, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Powell to see if he has anything else that he would like to say before we deliberate on any more discussions on this, to see if you would have anything to say to the board or about the emails that were specific, that you specifically made those comments in. And so.
I'll be glad to. I have some prepared comments, but I'll just wait until you guys want to discuss it. I mean, it's more about you guys, I think. I mean, you wanted to discuss it, and that's fine. I'll be glad to save those until the end.
Okay. All right. Board members, as we have before us, we have several options available to us. One option is to take no action on what was said in the emails. I don't know if you need a refresher. I think all of you read the emails. Do I need to refresh your memory on any of this? The other option is to request further investigation, for us to put together a subcommittee to further investigate other emails if we need to. One is to refer a committee of the, and in that you would refer to a committee of the board and let them do that investigation. Another option would be to a resolution cautioning Mr. Powell regarding future conduct, and then a potentially censuring resolution if we wanted to go that far. So, board members, I need to hear from you as to what you would desire in this situation. Yes, Dr. Phillips.
I'll start off. I would be inclined to go with the fourth option, adopt a resolution cautioning Mr. Powell regarding future conduct. It says the emails may be evidence that Mr. Powell violated board policies, a code of ethics. I'm not sure if he did, if this had gone through to a grievance hearing and you had participated in a grievance hearing when you had already, basically coached the person that was bringing the grievance. That would be a violation. And I think that's I think that's the real line that we need to just say, hey, look, be careful. That's in the future. Make sure that if you, and I know it's tough because we all want to help our employees. We want to help parents that feel that they have an issue with the school district, show them how to negotiate or through the system. But when we do take that, then we basically have to step back from our position of being the quasi-judicial board that has these grievance hearings. So I think that's just the message that I would like to give, and that it seems to me that that's that resolution of caution is the appropriate thing at this time, and hopefully that will be the last that we have to deal with this.
Mr. Chairman, can I second Dr. Phillips's recommendation?
Yes, so is it anyone else? So basically what I have is Dr. Phillips would like to use the adopt a resolution cautioning Mr. Powell regarding his future conduct. Is that going to be a motion Dr. Phillips?
Well, I don't have anything written, so maybe if it's the consensus of the board that that's the direction we want to go, then I could try to write something up very simple that we would vote on at the next meeting.
Okay. Board members, I've heard from two. Is that the consensus? Is that what I'm hearing? Ms. Carpenter?
It is the case, but it seems like Vince was wanting to make some type of statement. I'd love to hear what statement he would like to say.
Carolyn, you and I have already spoken on this. There's nothing new that I have to
I
share
mean,
with
well,
you
it's
because you
basically
reached
say-
out and we had a good, long
well,
conversation
and-
about it, so.
And two, one of the things that still seems to be a problem with the policy, and well, it's failed and it's not failed, so that seems to still be a problem with that on this, I don't know what you want to say. And we have sent it back, so hopefully we're going to get.
But that's not germane.
I think it's safe to say that I violated board policy. I'm okay with saying that. I mean, I can kind of, you don't have to sugarcoat it, Jeff. I violated board policy, and I'm, honestly, I'm okay with that.
You're okay
You know,
with that?
yeah,
Okay,
yeah, oh, yeah.
all right.
I'm absolutely
So
fine
I
with
agree
it.
with
But your point is well taken, that policies do conflict with each other, and so if you comply with one, as we demonstrated at the last meeting, if you comply with one, you're in violation of the other.
Yeah,
So,
and
yeah.
we got to get that straightened out.
Yeah, I agree.
And so I agree with what Jeff said, and if you can get something, you're all a good wordsmither, so if you do that, that'd be great.
You could probably use much of the conversation that Carolyn and I had when she reached out to me directly. But anyway, I guess that's just between me and her. But yeah, any language you use is fine.
Anybody else got anything to say?
Well, I agree with that, but, that's not what this particular, absolutely those two policies need to be, reconciled, but that's not, has nothing to do with this tonight. And I'm okay with what Jeff suggested. I'm not trying to, be a defense lawyer for Vince, and nor do I appreciate, what has taken place, but he's just one of them situations where he's got to learn to separate his former life from his present deal as being a board member, and it's been a difficult challenge, I think, to him. But like I said, he's a big boy, and he'll take whatever punishment we dish out. But I think, after a year or so, it's time to separate that.
Okay.
I guess what a refresher course on that, what is it, School Board 101 or what was that training that we went through? Would that have been help? Be of any help? Or
No, sir, I'm not going to a refresher course for School Board 101.
School board, whatever,
Well,
whatever it's called.
you can recommend it, that's fine. You can recommend, if you feel like that would be helpful to remediate me from helping employees, then go ahead and add that in there.
And just to be clear, the issue, at least that I have, is not you helping employees, it's then serving on a grievance hearing for that employee. That's the line you can't cross. So,
And
The policy is written in a way that we are supposed to provide the next level to the employee, and if I consider that helping the employee by sending them to the next level of human resources, then I can identify it as helping the employee. When they reach out to me, then I will follow the policy that says send them to the next level of supervisor, which is, in my opinion, considering helping. If you think that's overstepping, I understand. I don't know the policy number, but I think you had it at the last meeting, 17 something. But I agree with you. That when I said helping, that means following that policy to send them to the next supervisor.
I honestly believe that we have a responsibility to follow the spirit of these policies and not let ourselves get legalistic about the shells and the shoulds and the coulds and the woulds and the mays, and to start parsing or sometimes do and sometimes not do, but rather to consistently and as a group and as 7 of us in, in good concert with each other, all together be following the spirit of the policies, which I don't think has occurred here, respectfully. Let me just leave it at that. I find this very disappointing.
Again, I'll just try to reiterate that I don't have an issue with any board member who wants to help another staff member or a parent in trying to go through an appeals process in this district. I mean, there's some cases where they are close friends of yours, and that you need to do that. But when that happens, you are no longer, when you get to a point where you say, all right, if you're going to take that to the grievance hearing, I would vote for you, you then have to
Didn't
step
say
in.
that. That is
You then-
absolutely did not say it. Sorry to interrupt you, but you just are fabricating, and I understand what the email said. You may have implied that, absolutely, and that's okay. But to go ahead and wordsmith, as Carolyn said that you're wonderful at, to that point of saying to that level of detail, I don't think that's accurate to say. You can certainly imply whatever you'd like, but stop short of the detail there.
I do hope the ultimate goal is to not have a recurrence of this or a similar situation.
I can safely say this will not occur again. Okay, are y'all ready for my prepared comments?
Yeah.
I think
Yep.
Jeff wants to.
I mean, yeah,
Review-
if
review
you
it a
want
little
to,
bit.
I mean, this, I guess, so, yeah. From Vince Powell. Don't copy me yet, give those others a chance to make it right and see what happens. If they don't do anything, you can turn me loose. I love holding them accountable, but let's at least give them a chance. I've already talked to Tim Furr about your situation, and he is absolutely ready to come to the appeal hearing if there is one. Now, that seems to imply to me that your mind is made up as to how you would vote. And so in that case, you can't be the attorney for someone and then also serve on their jury. And so that's an ethics thing. That's not a board policy, I don't think. But I think that is part of the code of ethics that you have to, if you're going to serve in a judicial, quasi-judicial role, you have to have you have to come with an impartial mind. And if it's okay. I mean, it is okay to say, you know what, this is so important to me. I want to help this person, and I'll trust the rest of the board to make the right decision. That is okay.
I think you better move to level 5 with the censure. I don't think the caution is going to do it in this case. But anyway, I've got some prepared comments. I think it's probably appropriate to go ahead and get those out and so to kind of put it to rest. At this point in time, to my knowledge, the issue has not been resolved, which makes the timing of this discussion completely inappropriate. The fact that Mr. Shoemaker insists on having this discussion now is both disappointing and disheartening. To think that this teacher is still involved in finding a resolution to her situation while board members are arguing over whether or not an elected official should be available to assist constituents is ridiculous. I shared these specific concerns with all board members after the open session meeting in March, and Mr. Shoemaker specifically yesterday in a phone conversation, but like most things I've shared, it fell on deaf ears. While I believe the timing of this discussion is completely inappropriate, since Mr. Shoemaker insisted on having it, I'll be glad to give my account of the issue at hand. About 6 months ago, a teacher in the district reached out to me for help. They witnessed a colleague crying in the break room while reading an email regarding their pay. When asked if the teacher could talk with me about the situation, I immediately agreed. After speaking with the teacher for just a couple of minutes, I understood there was a problem. This teacher was recruited to CCS by a principal in the district because she had a master's degree in a highly desirable subject area, but was not being paid on the undergraduate level. She was new to the district, new to teaching, new to North Carolina, and was frustrated that she was not getting paid the correct amount. She was told by everyone around her, including the HR department, directly at new teacher orientation that HR would take care of all licensure details. Her license application was submitted incorrectly by HR to indicate that she was an undergraduate level teacher instead of a graduate level teacher. After hearing her situation, I suggested that she reach out to HR personnel for resolution. At the same time, I emailed, this was December 14th, I believe, I emailed details of the issue directly to district level administration and the board for review of this situation and the possibility of others just like it. The HR director provided a report that indicated up to 64 other teachers in the district were experiencing something similar, but blamed the state for not doing their part, and did not indicate that CCS teachers would receive any resolution if not from the state. In the meantime, the teacher did not receive any resolution from her initial contact with HR, so I suggested a second HR contact to a different employee would be appropriate. After several attempts to get the issue resolved, I then suggested that she involve the HR director and superintendent directly. After following board policy multiple times by referring the issue to HR and continuing to refer the teacher to the next level of supervisor, I reached out to HR directly again to try to help the teacher resolve the problem. Following this board-approved process has resulted in no solution up to this point. At some point in the process, I reached out to another board member to gauge whether or not I was off base in my thinking. I think I used those exact words in our conversation, and discuss whether or not they would be available to attend appeal hearing regarding this matter should there be a need for one. Again, this issue has still not been resolved. Board members have consistently been told that they are not to micromanage the district, but when problems are identified by board members, they aren't fixed. The solution is simple. If the district doesn't want to be micromanaged, then fix the problems. With all the absolutely wonderful things going on in Cabarrus County Schools classrooms, we should be focused on fixing problems to allow an already fantastic district to improve. We have teachers that are not getting paid what they have earned, but we don't want to stand behind them and fix the problem. We are ranked 27th academically in the state of North Carolina while being the 6th wealthiest district in the state, but we don't want to fix problems. We can't have it both ways. Board members should be cheerleaders for the district, but at some point we must look at problems and concerns and fix them with tough decisions. Denying employees their correct pay and blaming the state is easy. Censuring an outspoken board member is easy. Telling subordinate employees that you can't talk to board members is easy. The tough thing is to identify problems and address them head on. I hope that after deciding whether to censure me or not, and honestly I think you can tell that I'm okay with it one way or the other, this board begins the process of actually becoming engaged in the district and start to address some of these main issues we have before us. And in this section I had a list of about 4 others, from magnet seats to selection of digital resources to any number of things that we just sweep under the rug. Over the past 15 months of serving on the Cabarrus County Board of Education, I have proudly represented the interest of families, employees, and students of Cabarrus County. I have been personally responsible for helping many stakeholders navigate difficult situations that involve complex decisions by administrators, staff, parents, and teachers. In every case where I had the privilege of helping someone in need, I don't boast about it or leak it to the paper in an attempt to gain recognition, but only choose to go about my job as a general contractor, husband, father, coach, and board member, knowing that without my help, someone's experience in CCS would not have been as positive. I have always taken my role as a Board of Education member seriously and will continue to do so. I and other board members have raised specific concerns regarding policies and practices that are hurtful to our district, and I will continue to do so. Again, I proudly represent the students, parents, teachers, and staff of Cabarrus County and will continue to be an advocate for educational improvement in our district. I encourage anyone who has a problem, praise, or just wants to discuss education to give me a call, reach out on Facebook, or invite me to your classroom. I'm always willing to spend time to better understand the needs of our district through deep educational discussion or spending time playing dodgeball during PE class. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Powell. Do have one correction for the record. It hasn't been Barry Shoemaker on a witch hunt, as you have basically said. I could not remove this from the agenda by myself because this was put on the agenda by the Board of Education. It was not put on the agenda by Barry Shoemaker, and Barry Shoemaker did not have it within his power to remove this from the agenda, as I so told you yesterday, but you didn't listen to what I had to say. So,
Well, just to correct the record, that there's lots of ways to amend the agenda, none of which you attempted. And that's fine. It's your prerogative to not attempt to amend the agenda, which I have attempted and successfully to amend the agenda many times. And I understand that. If you feel like it needed to be handled today, that's fine. I've told you from the very beginning, I had no problem handling it in open session. That's why I didn't attend your secret meeting that you called in a very cryptic manner with me. I didn't appreciate that, obviously, from the response you got in the secret open, not secret, but the special open session that was called before. And so, fair enough, you're right. You didn't put it on the agenda, but you made no steps to remove it, and I understand. No problem.
well, your acid comment about secret meeting goes wherever you want it to. It wasn't a secret meeting. It was a meeting one-on-one with an individual that we didn't want to publicize anything with. We wanted to have a conversation. It was Carolyn, Mark, and myself. There was no secret meeting. It was a meeting with you. So,
Did you use
I
the
won't go
term
any further.
cryptic? Oh, did you use the term cryptic? You went there, not me. Did you use the term cryptic when we were talking about it? I'm sorry, this is cryptic in nature.
Yes, I used the term
Thank
cryptic.
you.
And I used that term cryptic because I said I was sorry that I had to talk like this because of the way that conversation was going with us on a conversation while I was in the car. Sorry that I used the word cryptic. I could have just cut the conversation off. But
I'm sorry I used the word cowards in our special session as well. I should not have used that word when we were discussing it earlier.
board members, you have before us the information, and Dr. Phillips has made a motion, or has made a motion that we go, or is considering to make a motion that we go to censure Mr. Powell in the way that we would do a resolution calling for Mr. Powell to not continue this future conduct. And so I ask you now, if there's any more discussion. Yes, I said that.
I think you said, you made
At first I said censure, but then I changed it to caution.
Yeah, so it's the fourth bullet, and I would, I'll draft something that we can then vote on next week.
Vote on next week.
Along those lines.
All right. So board members, are you consensus that Dr. Phillips draft something for next week? Yeah, thank you. All right. That will carry us to the final business of the night, which is well, not the final business, but it moves us into closed session. So I'll need a motion to go into closed session pursuant to General Statute 143.318.11A3 to consult with an attorney employed by the public body, General Statute 143.318.11A6 to consider qualifications, competence, performance, etc., and General Statute 115C 319 through 321. I need a motion.
I make a motion that we go into closed session.
Ms. Carpenter, Mr. Harrison seconds that motion. Any discussion? All right, all in favor of going into closed session, say aye. Aye. All opposed? We are now in closed session.